that he's had before. So,
Who was from? Someone important was from that.
welcome to the Fragments of Eternity. That Starfinder game we often get to.
Oh my god, it's loud.
Sometimes we get there. Sometimes we don't.
Sorry.
And
Your
yes,
audio's coming through, but boy, was it coming through louder than
but
expected.
are the players' audio?
I'll find
Are
out.
the players' audio alright?
Yes.
Testing.
Is the
Yeah,
players'
sounds
audio
it.
coming through? Or the
Am
players'
the
audio
player
coming through?
audio.
Yeah, am's the players' audio
Yeah,
coming
that's
through. Oh dear. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
It seems fine.
Are you dancing? No. So, welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 102. 102. I am Ryan, the GM. It's the 13th of September, 2021, and here are the players.
It's me first, isn't it?
It's always you.
Not that.
Dumb.
It's it. Sometimes it's Badger Plague. Hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Lyco Quinn, and he will be in a meeting.
That was actually accurate. Hello,
Yeah.
I'm Nico.
Hi.
And I'm playing Zora, the Vesk Captain Admiral.
Greetings, I'm Alex, and I'll be playing Weird, your resident mechanic / explosives expert.
Hello. And you go. I am Callum. Sorry, I just had a big bit of chicken in my mouth.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were doing an accent, and I was like, oh god.
Yeah, this
No,
is
my mouth is full of
grace.
Stuff. Hi.
Okay.
Full
My
of
mouth
grace.
is full of grace.
Hail Mary.
I'm sorry, Grace. Hi there. I'm Callum, and I'll be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun who will be doing stuff and things with his glorious friends.
I was wondering where that sentence was going.
Yep. It's fine. We got there. What do you remember from last time?
Martha. Lots of Martha.
Okay.
There was no killing.
Nope.
Nobody died.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe
That
somewhere.
should be the session title if that happens this time.
Nobody died.
Not guaranteeing anything though, considering.
We.
Surely the session
Plotted
title is going to be
and
Clusterfuck, right? Wasn't that the plan? To make this the Clusterfuck session?
Yeah, we're gonna make a mess on Traxxas or somewhere.
Something about omelets and
We are
eggs.
bringing the party to Triaxis.
Because there ain't no party like a Triaxis party.
Yep.
That's what they say. It's not very catchy, but they say it. Sorry. Oh. The cackling has already begun and the session hasn't started.
I've been
102.
trying to hold it in
I love
for
it.
so long. Oh dear.
We're on top of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else happen?
Did anything else happen?
Well, I had a little chat with a certain lady called Emma Narakis, who intimated to me that I want to make a joke here, but I can't find a way to make the joke work, so I'm just going to say that the person who we've known as Query, as the alt universe Neeks / weird. Neeks? No, Neeks is from Dota. Nex / weird. May, in fact, if she's to be believed, and
Be a slimy capitalist pig.
yeah, if the slimy capitalist pig is to be believed, may in fact be an alternate universe Edgar, which
Another
is
slimy
something
capitalist pig.
that which is something that we had noted, in as much as we felt there were similarities in terms of their personality.
Mm-hmm. And then just never looked in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did in a very literal way simply not do that. Oops.
How are we supposed to know?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So I was expected to think that these words that we say have meaning.
I feel like there's an Eminem lyric that applies, but I can't remember it, and I'm not going to repeat it just in case.
Because most of them will get us banned.
So I have this GIF saved. I don't know why, other than it's
Even
kind
though
of great.
Prime Eminem was really good, folks, don't be embarrassed about your Marshall Mathers LP. It was good. That does look like he's doing something wrong.
Right, like.
Oh, it's also it's just mesmerizing.
Right, I think that's
Yeah,
maybe why I've
a
saved
little
it
bit.
into my favourites list.
I just can't. I'm gonna have to just close Discord for a while and just not look at it.
Okay.
Yeah. Also,
I may
how dare
focus.
you, Alexander? It jumps timelines. The hysteria never ends. It's just ongoing, right? It's what you need to sign up for. Oh dear. For either of you being Folger or Siren, dump that GIF in. Generally, not. In fact, no, where are we? We'll put it in the Tales of Triumph one. That's what we'll do. Stick it in general text. Where is it there? So here is the aforementioned GIF.
Giver of life.
Just fantastic.
Goodness, sharing the wealth.
Yeah.
Like a true comrade, a gift comrade.
Oh, I made a joke about playing Ayn Rand in a game. I can't remember, like as an RP character, but I can't remember what the game was.
I could probably. I think I could play
Was it-
Ayn Rand.
I think it was like it might even have been like a Curse of Strahd joke I was making at the time. But yeah, something
If we
about
Love
never-
cats,
If we
right?
never
Like,
gone over our lines and veils, Ayn Rand is one of my loves.
okay. Yep. So, anything else from last session you remember? Nope. Good. Right. So goals. What are those?
Always believe.
What are those?
Yeah.
Have a personal hand in the death of Dimmergish. Yes,
It's a good goal.
it is.
mine is to clarify the Shakos situation with not Eddie Vedder and or Babak.
Okay. Weird.
I don't know why I still think that.
Weird.
I'm going to go set up some business.
Yeah.
Zig.
I am going to family reunion reunite the drag queens. I was just
Are you a
reading the-
tricorder scanning something?
Family yes, so family reunion, reunite the
Good.
drag queens, which is potentially getting closer. So I feel like it's doable. We might get a drag queen related goal done in the 102/3/4, however many sessions we have end up with left.
Time is running. Songs.
Time is running out.
Go by. So,
I would say the time is near. Is it the time is
General goals. Use CC to gain dragon info related to new station. Convince suitable person to retrieve the data egg. Bait Urgalas to Triaxis. Again, queries knowledge regarding the other universe before handing him over. And create multi-destinational null space chambers for the crew. So, perfectly normal things.
And yes, that is going to be my victory sign when we win
That's good.
Starfinder. Wee.
When we win Starfinder, and literally winning it's just ending the game.
Even if you all die, we still win in the end.
We win. We can put it back on the shelf and walk away. Oh, dear. We like Starfinder, honestly.
I'm so glad we spent 3 years of our lives doing.
It's maybe the one case of book
I'm
burning
gonna
that might be
actually
good.
take a note.
Yeah, like I wouldn't mind that, right? Let's all get together, right, once we're finished, and we'll just burn all of our copies.
Absolutely not. Wait, I like. You've seen my room, Ryan. You know I couldn't get rid of a book if I was forced
I've
to.
got a Stephen copy of the book I've got. So I don't
This
know
is why
if they-
Stephen's just posted in the chat. We like Starfinder. They did not.
I like it more or less.
Also, welcome,
It's
Stephen.
clearly not the system for me
Hello.
though. It is too much crunch.
Yeah, same. It is a very crunch-heavy system for no
I like
benefit.
the fluff in this crunch system.
Yes, the fluff is great. More of that.
It's like a Malteser, except instead of the crunchy bit, it's cyanide. So it's still got that really tasty thin layer of chocolate,
Okay.
but then you
Oh,
have real
it's like
regrets.
it's like Maltesers, right? But you know that the Maltesers have got the like really hard bits in them. That's what.
And
Yeah, like
overcooked
Maltesers have gone off a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if they've gone off, they go kind of chewy.
Yeah.
It's,
But like,
it's an
there's-
overbaked Malteser.
Oh yeah, good point. That's probably what it is. I've never done any work in this myself, so I'm going to trust the experts.
Fortunately, I once stayed with a chocolatier for Cadbury, and he taught me
Oh, there you go.
many things. Top bloke. Do recommend.
Oh, okay. So, Alex, serious question. But
Yeah.
can we just do maybe like a Saturday or a Sunday, whatever your less busy day is, maybe a Tuesday or Thursday as well. I'm free most of those, right? We'll pick a night. We'll do just a back and forth casual chat on Twitch where
Yep.
I'll just interview you for things that didn't actually happen in your life. But
Good luck,
you
because
just
this one actually did
but
happen.
then you just straight face tell me things and we'll just continue on like it's normal. Okay?
We'll see if people can figure out which stories are real and which ones
Yeah,
aren't.
it's like two truths to lie, but we don't ever question it.
You know, the human
I will
mind
bankroll this.
Right, thank
We'll
you.
make it happen.
goes to truth by default, right? We assume things are true until we have reason to assume otherwise. And I'm happy to just continue doing that.
Right, yeah. Like how we're totally playing session 102 right now. So, moving
Yeah.
on. What we did...
This wasn't in character.
No, so what I'm asking now as the character players, right?
What?
Especially the lies, Stephen. Especially the lies. Yeah, the conversations that yous have got ongoing at the moment. You've got a Matva convo with your Admiral Captain, and you've got an Emma O convo with your Chief of Security investigating not dead guy. So, do yous have more to discuss with these people, or are we ending those scenes? Because I don't mind if you have more to say to them, because we did cut them, as it were. So,
I'm not in either of those scenes.
okay. How do you feel about
I'll
them? Do you
just
feel
have-
like you're happy to cut them? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just let's give more time to me staring at the desk in the corridor.
No, but you can be the first.
I forgot you're just fucking mad dogging them at the moment. Like-
You can give them an engineering role as the first role of the session, though.
So anything in particular?
Yeah, we did say last week that you could have been in some of this time working on those multi-destinational null space chambers. So
That's true. Could have done that.
I feel
Could have
like,
done something useful with my
Yeah.
time.
I mean, if you really don't want to, you don't have to. I'm not gonna force you
It
to
doesn't
roll
sound
in
like
the
something
system.
I would do.
Yeah. Okay,
Um,
if it's like too out of character for you, we can leave it.
No, it's more. It's definitely more in character than out of character.
Okay. That is roleplay
Although my
after all.
character-
We're not here to play, character.
Yes,
Say everything suspiciously.
I deny any attempts that people make to manage me and get me to do production. Where's my character? Also, Firefox is not opening my character sheet.
Yeah.
I know.
Get your shit together, Firefox. I did have problems with it in Firefox sometimes, which is why I switched to using it in Chrome.
Yeah, I just recently got rid of Chrome because I think Google's the Antichrist.
Yeah, same, but
Sadly, Roll20 seems to be taken with it, I'm afraid. So
Yeah, they do shill for the evil side, don't they?
sadly.
Mhm.
Roll20 immediately blocks us all.
43.
Okay, cool.
I can't accuse them of genocide yet.
Not yet. Not yet. I suppose though, maybe all your difficulties will be different now, right? Maybe a 25 is no longer scraping a pass. Like these are a
That's
higher
a,
level.
that's a 43 for you.
Oh, I get that. That's probably exactly what we needed it to be. But okay, so where
This
are we now?
intense number wank.
So average party level's 18. Okay. So okay.
Swear, officer.
I think you just need to hit 38 now to get a difficult
Fucking
to get a
man.
difficult pass. That is.
What is the point of scaling skill and scaling difficulty like that?
So it's because you've got easy, challenging, and difficult tasks, right? So the
Yeah.
idea that the more skilled you get, the more baseline competent you apparently need to be than somebody lower level.
I don't get it, man.
Hey,
Insane.
you're not meant to get it,
Wait.
Nico. It's Starfinder's rules.
I mean, I was thinking that when you said it, like, when it got brought up for the first time, fucking, like, I don't know, it was a couple of months ago. Like,
Right, so for
and I
people
was
that want to
thinking,
know
what
this
is the
at
point
home,
in that?
right? For
Like-
people at home,
Why are just two numbers when one number would be
No,
fine?
Because they
Guys,
want to
don't worry
give
about
you
it.
big
There's an
numbers
audience.
so you feel like you're getting growth.
don't worry about it. So guys at home,
The better it's something I get, the harder it gets to use a computer competently.
guys,
I know that feeling.
Okay, we're muting everybody. So,
Yeah.
people at home,
No.
the trick to understanding this is play a different system.
Yes.
Play a system that wants to be played.
Yeah,
I think it makes perfect sense because any skill I get good at in real life, it just seems that I just can't do it anymore.
How much are they paying
The
you
more
to
the
do
more
that?
I do something and the better I get at something, the harder it gets. So
is that because you decide that you can do that in your sleep, so you drink more to then just attempt the test?
I stay
and
in
your
my job,
balance
the harder
goes-
it is to get up in the morning.
arbitrary challenges on top.
I'll just up the difficulty
yes.
this week. Wine for breakfast. That'll do. Oh, dear.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
This is the Dark Souls of
It makes
employment.
sense to me. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Dark Souls of video games.
Oh dear. So yeah, like for an easy check, it's 10 plus 1-1/2 times average party level. Right?
I wish they knew how to write things.
Yeah, like that's what it says on there. I don't know if this will even
Yeah.
show up. It won't. Look, there you go. That's a better explanation of the rules. I'll hold it up to the camera and it's just invisible.
That's invisible, mate.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's a better explanation of the
Ah,
rules. Let's go. Here's
That
what I'm
explains it
working with.
perfectly. I understand now.
Is your copy of the book green or something?
No, I also don't have a green screen.
No.
This is just the magic of
No.
Zoom, by the way. That's why I use Zoom
Yeah.
to then take my
just-
camera in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I don't trust them.
Just them. Yep, the wizards.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Nothing's real anymore.
I mean fair. So yeah, that's an easy check. So it's 10, 15, and 20 with the base numbers, and then you add your party level to that. That's the base difficulties. So a 28 is now your base pass for an easy test. Challenging is 5 more than that, and a difficult is 5 more than that again. So there you have it. That's the new scores. Why they do that though, I don't really get it. Like,
Stupid.
yeah, I think it's because their number scales so
swear it's
much.
for bloat.
It's like I said, it's hardcore D&D. It's for all the people that like pure hard. Like you need to know that fucking 15 or 16, mate. Or you're dead.
Well, it's not just that, because that way they could just make our stats scale worse.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the reason is quite simply that they want to give you those bigger stats
Yeah.
without making things meaningfully
Why
easier.
even make you allocate skills though? Like, why not just keep you at fucking level 1 skills like for the whole game? Because
Why don't we
that's
just roll
exactly what the
D6?
fuck's happening.
And if it's a six,
Because-
you win the game.
Players need to get numbers to feel like they're leveling up. That's why, Nico.
Well, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why a 43 is obviously better than a 28 at a
I think it
lower level.
also forces you to specialize a bit, unless you're like me, in which case I don't really have to worry too much. But
Also, for Siren the Chandra's question, the answer is under the poison rules that you can find somewhere in the book. Because apparently everything just refers you to the poison rules. Which is
yeah, I mean,
fine.
the sad fact is it is harder for a level 20 to screw in a light bulb than a level 1.
Yeah.
They might be more skilled at doing it and therefore
True.
able to rise to the occasion, but it is harder.
Yeah, it's almost like the act of screwing in the light bulb. The challenge doesn't actually change for person to person. I get it, right? They're trying to make like things like that not matter, but then the idea of like an experienced engineer fixing an engine, which would be a lot more complicated than say screwing in a bulb, that should scale, and you should be better at it the more experience you've got, right? But it doesn't do that, sadly. It's kind of dumb. But we are playing Starfinder for the 102nd session, or whatever number we're on now. So yeah, brilliant.
Easy playing Starfinder.
Yeah. Do you know what's interesting as well? It doesn't actually say see poison rules under the radiation in my James screen.
There you go.
It does say radiation type poison, emanation. And then for the fortitude save it says see the chart, which is above. The chart is above.
Is it when you say see the chart? Do you mean the chart?
The chart.
You know the chart. I've showed you the chart before.
So I don't know. Is this the furry chart that we had before?
No.
I should use some charts.
he did too.
Yeah, you can.
Let me find you some more graphs.
But yeah, we've got low, medium, high, and severe for those charts. Anyway, so who had something more to do with their scene? Do we have more to do with Matva?
Did I have more to do with Matva? Not really. She's kind of on call. Don't really have much more info to get for her.
Here's my thing. Are you going to tell her to go get the radiation egg or not? Or should stand down
No,
from that?
she's not. I asked her to be on standby, essentially, right? I think that's how we ended up with that.
Sure. Are you going to tell her anything else of your plan? Because we kind of ended up with remember let's just give the egg to Orgalas.
I guess we would need to actually discuss what that plan might even be at this point.
How do you want to do that? You doing it with Matva, or are you saying, okay, Matva, see in 20 minutes till I have a mental confab with my team?
I probably think we'll probably have more than that. Done about that way. Can you give me 5-10 minutes, Matva, to speak with my crew?
She just looks down at you, Zig, and then just looks at you and goes, just opens wide arms and just sure.
Good. And then he just starts doing thinking face.
I think Matva walks to the central column where the captain would stand, and then she walks to the back wall and pushes a button that reveals a device, sort of pushing buttons and then lifts out a cup of coffee.
Nice.
Also, thank you for the yay, woohoo!
What a streak!
Yeah, 8 months though,
Yeah.
and a 1 month streak. Thank you.
8 months out of 3 years.
It's all right.
That's what you get me for.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'm a cheap date. I'll take it. Right, so she treats herself to a coffee with what looks like a replicator behind the captain's standing station, I guess.
I didn't know that was that. I was turning to Zig. You know that was there?
Zig would just shrug.
I didn't know that was there. Back to thinking face.
Zig adopts kind of, very stoic monk face.
I can imagine that.
So we're gonna be baiting Orgalas into Triaxis, yes, and Brainspeak, obviously.
Did they mention anything about the plan previously to me?
I think you says it wasn't a bad. In fact, it was pretty much.
Yeah, but no, So I think.
Yeah, you were looped
in.
in. You were looped in.
Were you specific about? Because it was the idea was bait them with the eggs, but I knew I know that, right?
Oh,
so I'm not going to be taken aback to learn. Okay, just trying to clarify that I knew that.
Pretty sure we should have kind of I was kind of wanting to do. I was kind of we should. But
I have a feeling I actually pushed you to do it because you were wavering or something. But
I wanted to do it, but then I was in my head, in my brain place, I was like, none of the crew's going to want to do that. And then you were like, let's do it. And I'm like, yes.
Let's just do it for legends, you know?
So that thing that bad guy wants to do, that thing we don't really know is going to be good or bad, let's give him the thing to see what happens. It's a good plan.
It's certainly a plan.
It is a plan.
It's a plan.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. How we gotta do that?
Well, hopefully, he'll be able to find me if I try and enter the Nidus vault again. And I guess lead him to the location of the void egg.
Remember, Alex, you're hearing all this too as well. Just FYI.
Yeah, so I
Like,
was about to suggest that what if we just broadcast across as many channels of the HoloNet and radios and emergency ship traffic. Just feel it.
TikTok, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Everything from police scanners to social media. And just send out messages telling them where to go.
can I suggest? I see brain-wise. Can I suggest? Can I suggest we do it in antiquated Eoxian?
That's the only way to do anything.
Yeah. Well,
It's not really valid.
We look at every day they've got flannel shirts on now, the entire cast. Like, we've all become hipsters very quickly. Everybody's good beards.
I own a few flannel shirts, right? I'm not gonna lie.
I meant Lyco, not you. Oh dear. I don't see Lyco as a hipster.
No, I don't think he's a flannel shirt.
Clashes
I don't know,
with
but it's all I would look great in it.
I was gonna say, just clash with the grave mantle. Yeah.
Would be great with one.
It would definitely be a look.
Unique.
I think
As the youth say.
I lost a viewer to that comment, I think.
Gotta lose him somehow.
I mean, we've said worse things.
I mean, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yep.
That's all I'm saying.
That's your only defense. Right, cool. What's the plan?
I mean, got in touch with you before, and the when you went through the doorway to try to get to the vault, could we ever get in touch with him that way? Just feign ignorance.
Fine.
Accidentally, on purpose, drop where it is to him.
I don't see why not. I mean,
it does mean that you'll need to go have a one-on-one chat with him again, Zig, and I don't know if you want to do that.
not sure I've got much choice.
Sick.
Well, I mean, I could run away and just hide in the other dogs and get you guys to sort it all out. But I'd feel pretty bad if I did that. So
I mean, look,
Preferable or not.
it's not the only option. If you're not into it, there are other plans. We just don't really have one.
no, I think we can do this. We can do it.
Good. No, we should probably get some gear before we do that. Suggestions?
Not keyboard.
But it does have a good selection.
Can I find out that I'm currently in a meeting with one of the premier arms dealers in this solar system?
You're speaking to MO right now?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean,
I'm
I'm not suggesting that I'm not suggesting that she's the best option, but she's an option.
What's it gonna cost us?
Hopefully less than a dragon.
Moon.
Everything.
It's the one currency she understands is moons. Yeah.
She has an idea of their value and yet
Yeah.
nothing to refer it to.
It's tragic.
Yeah.
It's cursed, really. Listen, Q-Bob may be distasteful, but I think he can be relied upon to be discreet, and he clearly has some. He has some impressive wares hidden away. So
We do have the issue of, and he would kind of like bibbidi and he's wee like communicator phone thing. Like, funds. We're a wee bit short on funds.
so we'll get money somehow. That
We
shouldn't
could
be
just
hard.
take it from him.
I mean, it's like Lyko said, he's a despicable and horrible thing, but he's useful.
And he's also at least semi-legitimate. It would be
Cupid
messy.
owes me money, does he though?
Does he?
Does he owe me money or do I get paid for picking up Edgar?
I'm pretty sure you have all your money for that, yeah.
Yeah.
We covered that very
There you go.
quickly. So we didn't have this problem.
I mean, you could go back and go and threaten him, I suppose, but I don't think that's a good plan.
There's no point threatening him. I mean,
The interesting thing is you're discussing dealing with one or two people, obviously Q-Bob or MO, and it seems like Q-Bob worked with Edgar to deliver Edgar to MO,
Yep.
which is an interesting connection. Just to say.
It does seem like there may be an aspect of picking sides here.
Hmm.
mhm.
An aspect of picking sides.
Hmm.
I mean,
An aspect of eternity.
I'm all for using Q-Bob if we could figure a way to get some money. Because he's not going to use it for cheap. We could sell Zig.
How much do each of you have? Let's just do a very, very quick inventory. What's everybody's funds sitting at the moment? So let's
22K.
Remember.
right. So wait, let's pop it into Roll20, right? So everybody type in whatever you've got access to in Roll20, money wise.
Money go.
So there we go. Just like the most specific, 24,064. And a button.
It's in my little purse.
Okay. Yep. Nice.
Because I'm pretty sure like 22k buys like a gun at this point.
FM.
Yeah, I was gonna say yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure. Let me.
Yeah,
I'll have a wee nosy at the core book because it feels like it's justified then if I open it.
We can get money pretty quickly if we need to.
Can't we just kill another dragon?
You could just ask Anida. She'll have money.
I like the phrase "another dragon."
Ask a dragon. we could maybe go like Togo and Hamaris.
Well,
You
kind of
just
money.
do a job.
Kind of money you trying to make there,
I'd take out a
Nico?
mortgage.
A job? What the fuck
Yeah.
do you take us for?
Are you trying to add another year to it?
Yeah.
I can't let it go. It must
Imagine.
never end.
It was supposed to just
listen,
be a
it could-
delivery job. Oh, wait, that was the original job.
It doesn't have to be like a fully role played out thing. We can make some profession roles and shit.
Right, so
Do it off screen.
let's see if I can find let's see, a normal gun. What's a normal gun? Like a long arm, I guess? Yeah, that'll do. Let's see. So a simple, let's say a laser weapon at this level. So do you want a 17 or a 19? What would you prefer?
19.
Yeah.
Right? So that will cost you 548,100 credits.
What?
That's for an elite auto beam.
500?
That's for an elite auto beam rifle. That's
I think you're getting into the sort of
That's a
weapons weird
big
ones.
jump.
It's a lot of dough.
That's a big jump in price.
the 17 costs 248,000.
I'm not sure this is how an economy works.
Oh no, it's in the book. It's clearly how it works. People smarter than us,
say that.
Alexander, have clearly compiled this.
Like, once you get like from like the difference in quality between like low tier and mid tier things in real life is
Also,
there's
the
not a
range
big
dips, by the way.
financial gap.
So the
Then once you
Parallax
start getting
laser
into
rifle,
elite stuff,
which is 17th level, 248,000, 8d6 fire damage. It's 150 range, right? The elite auto beam rifle is the 548,000, 12d4 fire damage, and it's 60 feet.
nice.
Does have the automatic feature though. Maybe that's why it's a different range. Yeah, I think most of the things with
Yeah.
automatic have less
Mhm.
range. There you go. There it is. Okay.
Bar shootier, right?
And it's a bulk 2, not a bulk 1, so it's like it's a two-handed boy. So, okay. And then the laser rifle Zenith, the 20th level one, is 722,000. 11d6, 150. Feet, that is. So and that's just laser rifles. I figured that was a good basis to give you a scope for. If you wanted, where is it? Sniper rifles? Yeah, we'll read the sniper rifle out, right?
But the
'Cause-
armory is not working for me at all.
So either do you want a 16 or a 20? What level do you want me to read there, Colin?
Sniper rifle wise, I would go to 20 rather than.
Okay, so the Shirin-Eye rifle, which is called a Warp Shot, which is a cool name. 20 level, 740,800 credits.
Good.
Right.
And it's
expensive.
10d10 piercing. Pretty good.
So we
Okay,
need a
that's
couple of million, boys.
80 feet.
Uh,
Analog sniper, 1000 feet, and unwieldy. Capacity 4 rounds. It's not bad, to be fair.
No,
What?
not bad at all.
Good for the money.
Cannot get this damn.
Also, see the level
armory
16 one,
though.
by the way, the level 16 one's 147,200. So that is a massive jump in price between
Yes,
the two.
yeah,
It's like, did you just want to
seriously.
add 600,000 onto this? Thank you. Thanks.
It was like 20 odd K, or maybe like 18 odd K for the previous weapons that we just bought.
Yep.
Like,
To be fair,
Actually,
you did skip a bunch
is
of levels.
armory working for everyone else?
I didn't.
I thought about it in the staff,
Yeah,
but I've not even been using that.
Yeah,
to be
it's
honest.
100% barked for me now.
I usually just use my PDFs on my actual book.
Yeah, I'm just using the physical book.
It looks like this for me now.
Let's have a look. What's this?
Oh.
Yeah, what are you doing? Looks like you've opened it in like Word.
I've just opened it in Google Docs. It usually opens as a PDF, but it's opened as this garbage instead.
I wouldn't do that. That seems weird. I would just close that and forget that ever happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Trying to
ignore that one.
that's it. Trying to like parse a PDF into a Google document, which interesting. But yeah,
That's
so
the one I always used.
to give you a hint, so
Let's see if I've downloaded it.
so what's your total there? So you get 24, 22, so 48, 46, sorry, and then give or take 5 extra K there, and 35. So what's that? 88, 86 roughly. You've got.
I did download it. There we go. Armory.
So, just yeah, you don't really have a lot of actual cash, I guess.
No.
But you
No.
have other things, right? Like, what was that thing that you brought on board? Remember, Nico?
What did we bring on board? What? There's many things on board.
Assembly
What
ooze.
bring on board? An ooze, yeah, we've got an ooze.
Missiles.
Maybe we could just.
There we
How much do
go.
they cost?
You got missiles.
Wait, missiles.
You got Vesk missiles.
Oh fuck! We do have a lot of missiles, don't we?
Yeah.
What did we need them for again? Oh
No,
yeah, we need them for
there
the
was- there was-
dimensional
No, there was
phase
absolutely
blah,
no
blah,
reason other than you could get them. So
Hey, fair enough.
There was,
I
there
know
was,
we're now
That
just
does
gonna
sound like
sell
me,
off.
to be honest.
Like
That
you're
does
gonna
sound
like, requisition missiles from your boss and then just sell them off to the highest bidder.
It's
I
a couple
feel
of
like this
million
is
worth.
This is
Of
something
missiles.
that's been happening probably in Afghanistan.
Right, it's a
Or
couple of
you
millions
could
worth of
just
missiles.
Throw the missiles.
I mean,
At their
could he?
glass and
They
hope for the
probably have a
best.
really good damage table.
they probably do. Go to starships. Let's see. Starships.
Can I throw them through wormholes?
Yeah, I think if you
Or the medium in width?
I'll be honest, I don't know
Wait,
the answer to any
wait.
of this. Let's see.
Wait,
Weapons. So, if it is... So So they'd have to be torpedoes. They'd have to be heavy torpedoes because, you know, is that right or am I reading the wrong thing? I think I'm reading the wrong thing. Because you don't have a... Yeah, you don't have anything that launches anything on your ship, so you'll probably need just Zora outside chucking them.
Wait, this thing doesn't have guns? Oh, right, no, it just doesn't have launched torpedoes, right? I know what you mean.
Yeah, I was looking at like missiles and stuff to see what else we got, so... Interesting. So the... See the bigger kind of like battleships, the colossal dreadnought type things, like what thingy would fly, like the Merciless Blade. Not the Merciless Blade, that's the bigger one. The Conqueror of Worlds and stuff like that. The heavy torpedo launcher on things like the Tyrant class battle cruisers have 5d8 like weapon damage on their level, compared to things like your coil guns, which do like 4d4, or your persistent particle beam, which is your best weapon, the 10d6 one. And you've got light plasma cannons that do 2d12s, and those are turrets. But again, this heavy torpedo launcher...
that's versus ships.
Oh yeah, this is ship tier. Yeah, the ship scale. So I assume they're just heavy torpedoes that you have. That makes sense to me, since that is a thing that Vesk apparently have on their ships.
Ryan, I noticed that we can get arrows. Does that would seem to imply there are bows?
Yeah, why not?
Don't know. You're looking at the book.
I haven't seen any in the sheet.
There's fucking swords.
Yeah, but swords are like...
Right, so where are you reading? Where are you reading arrows? Is that in the armory?
An armory.
Okay, so I assume there would be a bow in the armory.
Yeah, but...
No idea.
I've currently got a multi-stage rifle of some sort, or an assassin rifle, maybe one of the two.
I'm sure it's collapsible. I'm sure that's what we discussed for your weapon, I think.
Yeah, it is.
It's up like Rambo rounds.
Yeah, you can get like arrows, molecular rift.
Wow, those are some good words taped together.
Oh yeah, it is. They're large, as it turns. Oh no, not large. Yeah, L bulk light. Sorry, not large. That would be weird. You get 20 for one, and they 53,700 for a pack of 20 of them, and their special is 10d6 piercing damage.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is very good.
No bow though, so you just have to hold arrows.
For a bow.
Yeah, just hold arrows and just throw them.
Stab people.
To be fair,
they're better than my knives.
Zig could use them. So what did you say they were?
Oh, I could actually
individually.
Oh, you could telekinetically throw them.
Yeah, like that's pretty awesome.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
With your telekinetic projectile, it's like I am the bow. The rat bow, not Rambo. Rat bow. There we go.
Sig, get tons of like mid-level knives in a bag, right?
And then you can be Willow.
Yes!
What's that? Bag of tricks? Bag of knives.
Oh my god, it's right above it. Yeah. And it costs almost nothing.
What, the bow? Or the bag?
Yeah. Bow. So bow is level 1, price 255, 1d6 damage, 60 feet, capacity drawn, obviously, usage 1, bulk 1, quick reload, right? And then you add to that the fact that you can get...
I think the folks at home understand how it takes us 102 sessions to get this game.
10d6. You can get 11d6 off a bow.
That's not bad.
Maybe, well, I could just buy, like, tons of bows and use them as projectiles.
Yeah.
Simultaneous, yeah.
I just volley them. Also, see for anyone interested in seeing a Vesk having a happy day, core rulebook 323 is where you want to be.
What sort of lizard smart is this?
Like, oh yeah. I'd show you, but obviously if my camera would just censor it. Maybe. Let's see if it censors it still. Yep, already. Immediate censorship.
Wow.
Nope, can't see it. There we go.
Because it's not shaped like face.
Yep. Ooh.
Very weird.
Ooh. We got it. We kind of got it.
Almost.
We kind of got it.
What we're hearing is that Zoom does not consider best people.
I think that's exactly their political stance, yeah. I believe that was in a press release at some point from... Yeah, okay. So moving on. Right. So what he's going to do from here, I guess, is the ultimate question. So remember, your ship is still like pretty well equipped. That like the particle kind of thing in the front of your ship is a dangerous weapon.
Right. So should do. What about Babak, Lyco? It's maybe a good idea that we should warn him. Maybe he could set us up as well. You know.
I think looping anyone extra in is a risk, but
I mean,
I am inclined to say he deserves to at least have a heads up if we can do this civilly.
The Path Worlds probably need to know to be prepared, right? I mean, we don't know what's going to be the outcome of this. Could leave the Path World with our pants down, per se. So forewarning them might be a good plan.
Sure.
But
how long is it going
My
to
thoughts exactly right.
Forewarned is forearmed.
As is
How long is it going to take to
weird.
explain all of this to him? And is it going to actually help?
Right, with Zig 2 seconds, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Same amount of time it took me to convince Matva, I suppose. And she was an enemy.
Is that Weird's new name?
It's a recommendation for the session.
And
do it.
maybe getting all the players in the game is maybe the best idea.
Okay. So let's do this properly and put everyone in we can, and I'll get off world as soon as I possibly can, and I can try and speak to the stewards.
Cool. A character, what we as the final what we're going to do. We got to go to try access. No, we got to.
Yeah, we just want that resource because you've got it. Like,
come get me.
Okay, so we've got come get you. You've got Akaton, right, with Q-Bob.
Yep.
I guess anywhere else you want to go? Like, I mean, you probably want to stop by Versus, Zora.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You may not be the only one. We're was Halen and Versus.
Helen said to meet them there. Yeah, I'm sure they said that.
Yeah. Yeah. Mentally, of course, I suggest that in addition, I'd like to chase up the outstanding details about the Kivalari incident. So, Versus would be ideal for me. Is that where Babak is at the moment as well, or was Babak still out and about? And
No, he's in hiding.
I was gonna say you've got no idea where Babak is. There's no idea.
Right.
Yep.
It's not like I've actively asked.
Halen was meant to have been assigned to Babak though.
Right, so that might indicate that he could be on world.
But you'd need to make contact with like Halen and or Babak to get anything really. You need to send word to them to update that situation because I think Halen's was like basically book an appointment, right? I'm pretty sure that was the response I gave you. So I was like off world for the moment. We'll be back at X date, Sadly, we don't have enough of a following for me to be immediately corrected by our audience. So.
Oh
dear. Yes.
Let's give up.
Hey, to be fair, I've heard worse fan theories. I'll go back in my notes to see if I've written anything about Halen messaging you.
Oh, wait. We've got the leader of the Obsidian fucking
Star.
Star. I was about to say Obsidian Order,
Yep.
but that's something else. I don't know what that. That's fucking.
Obsidian Star is a completely original idea. How dare you?
I've got the way to read Obsidian Star right in front of us as well. It might be able to gear us up. I mean,
Fair point.
yeah.
Leadership, so.
Fucking duh. Duh. I mean, the problem is like a lot of the suits might not fit everybody.
If you can get me some phasing ammo.
I'm just giving the
Yeah.
gun to Weird and asking him to shoot it at this stage.
Yeah, true. Ryan, I really just want to be able to shoot someone from a different room.
That's fine.
That's my main
I
concern.
understand. Like, yeah, I get it. Is there an actual weapon in the game that lets you do that, or do we just need to make?
No,
that?
it's an ammo type, phasing ammo.
Cool.
So, like, the higher the level of phasing ammo, the more cover hardness it can penetrate.
Cool.
I know.
That's fine. It's fine. I got you. I wasn't gonna.
So
make
it
any
goes up
jokes.
to like something like 10. So, and I think 10 was like a wall.
That should be some of the things on this wonderful table. Material hardness. So 10 covers all the way from glass, cloth, paper, ice, leather, wood, plastic, ceramic, and transparent aluminium. Is all the way up to 10. Then you've got stone or concrete, iron or steel, adamantine alloy, nanocarbon, polycarbon.
Oh, 14. 14 seems to be the highest phasing ammunition.
It makes no difference because it goes from 10 to 15 on my scale. So 14 is kind of irrelevant, I guess. Unless I decide that transparent aluminium is like a 12 for some arbitrary reason. But yeah, so there you go. Transparent aluminium is the biggest thing on the table out of all that, and pure adamantium.
Okay, so that's still not great.
But it is ignoring, obviously, all the aforementioned things.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool that you can shoot like through a window without it smashing. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that's really fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can we shoot someone and have it phase through their skin and bone and appear inside of them?
Leather or hide, wood or plastic, ceramic, transparent aluminium. Yeah, I guess bone is less.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so you could shoot through someone's skin and have the bullet appear within them using it.
Or just shoot through the first target and hit the second target, I guess.
I mean, yeah, but the first target you'd probably have to be able to go through bone to, unless the target was an ooze.
But the thing is, he'd probably just eat the bullet.
Yeah, okay. But if it's phased out, he wouldn't be able to.
I don't know how that works. I don't want to.
The idea is that it literally phases out. Like, it's not quite in sync, so it just goes through stuff.
Yeah,
harmlessly.
but I've seen enough things where people phase out and they still get burnt by heat. So,
okay.
You know, I don't know how nano ooze dissembling materials works. Remember, if you plug wires into them, apparently you can do synth waves. So I don't know, just gotta go with it. Yep. But that's pretty cool, right? That is pretty cool. So phasing ammo. It's the highest it goes to 10. I feel like if you give enough
14 is the highest I can see. There might be other stuff in other books, but the 14 is the highest I can see in our movie.
You also have a phasing engineer.
Sure.
Like, I feel like you could probably make a chunk of ammo, like a pile of it, better.
I'll just fling it at people.
Yeah, as I said, it's like you just hand you the gun, you walk through a couple of walls, shoot them.
The perfect crime.
The perfect crime. Have someone else do it.
I just will set off my artillery cannon in the small toilet or wherever it is I'm assassinating this person.
So like
and then face back out.
Yeah,
assassination is such an ugly word.
Tired kill.
Or murder.
Yeah. Okay, so what were you saying, Nico? It sounded slightly more relevant.
I was turning torpedoes into phase torpedoes is what I said.
Yeah. To be fair, the phase bullets conversation was a serious convo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Don't you mock it.
Right. So I guess we could ask Matva for some assistance as well, but I guess we'll go contingencies if that doesn't work out. So yeah, come pick you up, like it.
Yeah, if you can recover me from the Merciless Blade. Was it Merciless Blade, yeah?
Merciless Blade's in orbit.
Yeah, I will return there as soon as I'm able, which probably will be quite soon because I think everyone's eager to get rid of it.
Do we need to go back to the Merciless Blade?
No, like,
No.
you would just go back. I mean, you could just go back to your shuttle and just like wait in orbit if you really wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pick you up in orbit.
If you prefer.
Yeah.
Interesting to see just Lyco chilling on the Merciless Blade. I mean, Synthiel's probably still there, right?
Unless you really want to go to the Merciless Blade, unless that was your deal, we can go to the Merciless Blade, pick you up.
I have no particular need to, so.
Right. Well, better get back to speaking to Matt.
Oh.
I think that was everything. That was a character. I think that was everything. I'm pretty sure that was everything I could think of anyway. Anything else to discuss? Anybody?
Oh no.
What were you gonna think? What were you thinking?
No, I was just gonna possibly bring up the point that I can teleport us to each other.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, that seems worth bringing up.
But
how many times can you do that? That's like.
Well, until I run out of spell slots, I guess.
Well, like, yeah, but that was my question. How many times can you do it? Like, because remember, like, Starfinder's a wee bit different from D&D.
So what level is it?
I sounded so confident when I said that I knew how that worked.
4.
Okay, that's pretty good. So you could do like a there and back again.
Yeah, but reading it, the wording kind of suggests that I have to. No, I'll just.
Well, no, because what would happen is, right, you would teleport to Lyco, and then teleport you and Lyco back, right?
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah.
And CC.
I mean, obviously. Why would we ever leave CC on Triaxis?
Yeah.
See what he gets up to.
I mean, can you take the ship with you? Shuttle?
I will tell you in a second. You can transport any object. Oh no, I can only transport objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed my maximum load, which I imagine a ship would.
I don't know, like a level 18 Starfinder character. I don't know.
A level 18 Zig with a -1 mod to strength.
Yeah,
Well,
I feel like without delving into the bulk system again, as we hated last time we did this about 100 sessions ago,
Yeah.
like I feel like the answer is probably no. You can't lift the shuttle.
No, I cannot lift the shuttle.
Or jump with it, sadly.
But yeah, no, I can transport us to each other. Now it doesn't actually say I need to be with a person to transport it to someone.
Well,
but
so
I have to make.
This all came from the core book, right? These ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so the one we're looking at is it telepathic teleportation? Is that
telepathic jaunt?
Is that from your mystic?
So.
Or is that a spell?
It is a spell.
Okay, so it's not a spell-like ability. Okay, cool. We'll have a quick nosy at that. Because, yeah, so it might be better than... Because, you know, you're in the good spells area of the game now. So, telepathic jaunt.
My spell-like ability is planetary teleport.
So, you and touched objects and other touched willing... God, the amount of reading into that you could do already. Or unconscious creatures. So I feel like the targets need to be you or things you're touching already.
Yeah.
So I feel like that answers that question straight away. Telepathic jaunt throws along mental connections you have with the creature, with which you currently have an active telepathic bond with your mystic telepathic bond class feature, but not via the telepathic bond spell, and it instantly teleports you to that creature. The spell teleports you to a... Oh, this spell teleports you to a random occupied square adjacent to them, with which you have the telepathic bond, that is. If no square is available, you teleport to the closest eligible square. If it is more than 50 feet away, it fails. You can be transported any distance within a plane, even across the galaxy, but you can't travel between planes, and You can't transport yourself to a creature if one of you is travelling via drift and the other isn't. That's cool. If you're both in drift, you can meet each other. That's cool. In addition to yourself, you can transport any objects you carry as long as their weight doesn't exceed your maximum load. You can also bring up to 6 additional willing or unconscious medium or smaller creatures, each carrying gear or objects up to their maximum load, or their equivalent. A large creature counts as 2 medium creatures, so keep that in mind when you're teleporting Weird in his armor.
Oh, that's a good point, yes.
Because he is a large creature. So that's him plus 4 other people.
Yes.
Huge creatures counts as 2 large creatures. All creatures can be transported. All creatures to be transported must be in contact with one another, and at least one of those creatures must be in contact with you. Exceeding this limit causes the spell to fail. There must be sufficient space near the creature so that everybody can get there, or it just fails. There you go. That's pretty straightforward. So yeah, as long as you're on the same plane of existence, you're all in the same loop telepathically, and at least touch each other, you're good to go. So you basically just have to leave anchor points being people, right? So leave Zora here so you can bounce back to Zora, teleport to get CC, and in fact no, you can't bring CC because he's not in the loop. This way.
Nope.
No, I can't.
Nope. But don't you also just have like interplanetary teleport?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So in theory, can't use that to bring.
Only in theory, Cap.
Again, it's you and touched objects, and
yeah, but you're gonna like jump to Lyko, right?
yes.
And then you're gonna go with him to go get CC physically by walking or whatever.
Oh, okay, walk. Oh man.
And you can.
All right.
I guess you could teleport to Lyko, then teleport with Lyko to CC if you really want to be showy. And then go to back the way, right? Can you, though, use that spell, the teleport spell, not your telepathic link one? Can you get back to the ship that way, or would you have to go to like Akaton or something close by to be picked
I
up?
think I have to go to a planet.
I'll leave that up to you to work out while I talk about money with everybody else. The exciting roleplay stuff.
Planet.
Okay.
So it's only planet.
Okay. That's still a way to reduce time, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think they were like a day away from Akaton. I think that's what we'd worked out, right? So I forget how long it was to get to Akaton, but I'm sure it was a day. So we're just saying that now. So what's the plan to make money to buy new things? Or who are you going to use? Because is there anything else you can offer up to arms dealers instead of money? Because you don't really have much of that.
Other than torpedoes, no.
Yeah, so I think I said you had 12 of those missiles, so that means you've got 12 heavy torpedoes.
Probably not enough. Maybe a couple of million at this point.
Do you have any idea of what the value of those torpedoes is? Sorry.
Not a joke.
Probably not a couple of million.
I have absolutely zero value for
I
what it's worth. I don't know. Maybe a torpedo is worth $1 million. I don't actually know the answer to that.
What if I said sell them a stake in my cybernetics business?
What was that? Sorry, I never heard the start of that.
So, what if I sell them a stake in my cybernetics business?
Mistake.
No, a stake in it.
A stake.
I mean,
mistake.
How much of the business do you still own at this point? Because doesn't Kishi Reyes, he owns a chunk of it, right?
He does, yeah.
He owns a good chunk of it. Snyder owns like 51% of it.
Yeah.
So like, you and Nez McKechlik had like what 25, or sorry, whatever the remainder would be, like 24% each. 24.5% maybe each. From like your half. So I don't remember how much Rishi got out of that. Yeah. I feel like
Maybe I'll just sell all my stake.
Yeah.
And then leave everyone else with it.
Okay.
Just dust my hands of this venture.
You've done and dusted.
A quick turnaround. That's probably not a good idea.
What did you do? I set up a cybernetics business. Really? Yeah, for these guns.
I'm just saying, if Steve Jobs did that, he'd be a lot more memorable.
Okay. I don't know how to. Yep. So
Wouldn't have to rely on like an iconic fucking turtleneck.
Yeah, like honestly, if you picture Steve Jobs, if he came in with an extra set of arms and a tank, you'd remember.
I don't know if the tank would run better if it was on Apple software. Hi-oh. So anyway,
It'd be like really low to the ground and only have one button.
yep, and you cannot fire until you've watched 2 ads.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, there'll be no place for the ammo. It'll all be Bluetoothed in. That'd be perfect. So anyway, enough of that. Like, what's the actual plan?
For money, I've got no idea.
Well, not for money, for getting equipment. Because
I'm
that's the
going to
actual
ask
goal.
Martha,
Money's a
and
step to
then
getting
if that
equipment.
doesn't work, Lyco's going to ask Babak, and then if that doesn't work, Lyco's going to ask MO because that's the last resort.
No, the last resort is blowing up Cuba.
Yeah, I think the last resort is theft, probably. Theft and murder. Theft
Okay.
for
I would say in terms of timing, MO is much more efficient in that list, right?
Yeah.
Much more efficient, but probably one of the most expensive in the list.
And also maybe somebody you don't want to be in debt to, or to buy things off of.
I don't really want to buy things off. Although we could just make sure she dies after this, and then we don't let her fuck off.
I mentioned this to Nico last week after the game, Lyco, and I may as well bring it up now because it's something that probably Lyco might come up with. But you could sell the info you have that may be of value to her.
Oh, I know.
Okay, I figured you would, but I wanted to just prod it a little, just to make sure you knew. You know?
I'm kind of counting on her already knowing, to be honest.
Okay. What you need to
But
do is
you know
make
what?
her.
If she
You should make her sign a contract first. Agreeing to
exactly. I'll tell you a really good bit of info, man. If you give me all this shit, like I'll give you all this shit, right? I'll tell you about info. That was shit info. Well, I mean, you told me you'd still give me a shit.
Nah, because you prefaced it wrong, buddy. You said really good bit of info. You just have to say info. You gotta scrap that really good bit. Yep. That qualifier's bad.
Yeah, never use a qualifier if you don't have to.
Yep. So you've got options. So you've got Qbob, you've got Babak, you've got Matva, you've got MO, you've got Himani. Right? Maybe.
I could maybe ask
White Blossom.
I could maybe ask Cindy for some armor.
Yeah. Cindy could probably, like, I suppose you get the spare parts, yeah?
Well, I'm sure we can find someone.
Like Qbob. He'd at least get, Zora and Zig with sheer mass.
Have I even used any of my armor upgrade slots? No, I should do that next time.
I don't think so, yeah. I was going to say, I don't remember us talking about any of that still, yeah. You may have.
Yeah.
Who knows? It's unlikely. Right, so.
I can give you one because I've got one spell. Because I bought an extra thing with AFQ Bob and then I realised I couldn't even equip it on my armour.
What is it?
It's a good one. I think I'll tell you.
It's a blinky light that goes.
I think it is.
What is this? Like fucking car alarms.
It's the everything's okay alarm. So.
But yes, so anything else, I suppose.
Doesn't sound like it.
Nah. Right, well, I'll speak to Matt for then. I'll get back. And then I'll start my thinking phase.
Okay.
So did we explain the part of the plan that we were going to take the party to try access to Matva? Do I need to do that part?
Yeah, you will. She doesn't know any of that. You have just had her in a room silent for a while.
So I was having a discussion.
Yeah.
It's so fucking weird. Right, we'll have a discussion, and we found that the most prudent and sensible course of action is to bait the Librian to try Axis.
I see. She slurps the last of her coffee.
We've got, well, as you suggested, we've got something he wants. So why dance through it?
She kind of nods and goes, I'm glad that you think my plan is the best plan to proceed with.
It's definitely a plan. And a plan's better than no plan.
You're just channeling my defensive Olive Stevens plans in the
past. Yeah, I mean, but it's very true in this case.
Wow. It was true in that case too.
Right. We're gonna need to get geared up before we start it all off, though. There's a few little things we need to tidy up, but until then,
It's like the cup
could you just keep your eye?
So she sets the cup down in that kind of like, vending machine thing, and then turns back around, folds her arms around her back and goes, what exactly are you without to complete this mission? How do you intend to bait the Librian?
We plan on using the method that you left it. No, you didn't leave that part out. You did show the Librian talkie business, didn't you? Sig?
Yep.
Sorry.
Yeah,
the Vault Convo. Yeah,
the Vault Convo. Yeah, right. So we plan on using the same method we spoke to him the last time.
Which kind of nods. If it attracted his attention the first time, it is reasonable to assume it would again, but not necessarily a guarantee.
No.
He doesn't really know that we've got the solar egg. That method was to try and get another egg. So we're hoping it might give him a little push when he finds that we've got the solar egg.
And nods. And she says, so you were saying that you only require... She looks down at Zig. This one. To complete this task. Where do you intend to bait him to?
Right on top of Demogash.
She looks and goes, aboard the Merciless Blade.
A nod.
Raises an ocular ridge. She kind of stares at you for a bit. And she just says, I would not suggest sacrificing a resource such as the Merciless Blade for this endeavour, given that if it... And she kind of like pauses and she says, given that it's one of our most strategic resources against the Librian.
I would nod, but it's most likely it would just be wasted anyway on, well, whatever Demogash has planned. So
Yes, I like the part where we remove Demogash from the Merciless Blade, and perhaps lure him to the Librian.
Part of the plan was I do fully intend to make sure Demogash dies and all this malarkey.
There's like no like kind of emotional response or anything on her face, and then she says,
Hopefully during the confusion.
how do you
Probably
intend
have
to
to on board.
given this update, how do you intend to get Demogash off of the Merciless Blade? I don't imagine he will redistribute it throughout the Pact Worlds, which means Triaxis must be your intended target for this meeting, unless you intend to try and bait him onto this ship, removing yourself a tactical resource in the process.
I have an idea out of character.
Feel free to tell them, yeah? No issue having a player agency moment.
We might not even need the Librian for this part, because we do kind of know that there's a bomb headed in MO's way, right? If we could engineer them to get together, we could maybe even skip the Librian step altogether if we can ensure that Edgar gets his bomb off. Alternatively, if we don't feel confident in that, we could try and find some way to bring the major players together in a meeting format and then lure the Librian to them. Just a thought.
Mm.
I understand why she would be less than eager to blow up one of their capital ships.
It's not so much. I mean, in that situation, though, you're basically just letting the Librian come and just assassinate everybody, right? It's not really an assassination mission per se. We're actually trying to hot the Librian per se.
I don't know that it'll be possible, frankly.
There they are.
I think there wasn't the plan. We don't really have a big enough gun, but what if we got everyone's guns?
Yeah,
that
was
the
sort
plan?
of part of it.
Yeah.
But I kind of imagine that it's largely if we do execute the original plan, which I think it's a really solid plan, because I think it'll probably force the survivors to face the music with regards to the Librian, and
It's a great trailer for the Librian scale, yeah.
Yeah. But let's assume that it doesn't actually kill him. So yeah, I don't know. I can see either version being effective. In that case, I would suggest maybe on the planet's surface a meeting, because then if something goes down, the Vesk are going to respond to that because they're going to see it. And the dragons might respond, and Aspis might respond. Or they definitely will when everyone else starts kicking off.
And everybody else is in orbit, right? As I said, Traxxas is kind of a hub at the moment, so...
Yeah.
So yeah, just depends what you're looking to achieve. That's the main thing, like what is the actual end goal to achieve, and what are you willing to use to do that? Because the point of it was, well, obviously Matva suggested by going, we don't know what the Librian's going to do with these eggs, and we don't know what to do with the egg, so why not give it to the Librian and see what happens? And you thought, good, that's a great way to try and lure him somewhere that isn't where he is, which seems to be Octurne. So you could choose a staging ground, such as Triaxis, because the Vesk are in orbit of it, makes sense. Dragons there as well, power base for them. MO is there too. Lanteral is there. Right? So, allegedly at least. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why like Triaxis makes sense to do that. But ultimately that was to deal with the Librian, not just like write off, MO and Mogesh, which is not a bad like secondary role.
They're happy bonuses for sure. They're definitely happy bonuses.
But it feels weird giving up, like I guess from the initial conversation with last week, it would be weird to give up the egg to not at least knock the Librian down a peg, right?
Yeah.
Like
I do agree with that.
Also, I will remind you that Edgar designed the bomb to kill MO, whatever that meant.
It might not work in other beings, yeah.
Yeah.
My thoughts was definitely just to drop Mr. the Urgalas and amongst a shitfest essentially and see what happens.
And Matva's recommendation seems to be, don't waste ships we might need. So you can take that with a pinch of salt.
I definitely have got that. Well, I've got that thought about the Merciless Blade as well. I don't really want it to get blown up, and it's not even just to fight Argalas. I just don't even think it should be here, period. But,
it makes sense though, right? Like, not like wanting it here. I know, I totally get it.
Yeah, I mean, shit's got to go down.
Better go down.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much right on top of it, but it would be nice to maybe...
Remember, Thingy's ship's here, Demogesh's ship's here as well, right? The Conqueror of Worlds. That's a big one. There's not as much, love for that, I guess, in the Viscarum, other than it's Demogesh's ship. Thus, it's badass.
I guess I would say to Matt that perhaps there's a way we could seize control of the Merciless Blade during the confusion.
She'll like fold her arms and look at you, her ocular ridge stays raised, and she looks at you and says, "What do you imagine will happen aboard the Merciless Blade? It has the Vesk Elite on there. These aren't people trained to panic in a any moment of high stress. What would you be doing to incite disruption?"
Right. I'm going to take like a wee bit out here. Right. It's safe to assume that there might have been some panicky ass vests when they were fighting bone sages.
I mean, I feel like you were part of like campaigns against them, and you probably had nightmares about them. Yeah, like.
Well, right, cool. Well,
there are no Vesk. There's no Vesk counselors, remember? So.
Alright, so imagine the first time you witnessed a bone sage, and then imagine its strength being infinitely stronger.
He looks at you and says, "That would be a difficult ask."
Exactly. No. Imagine.
Puts her hand up and she goes, "I seen the destruction of Absalom. I'm aware, to some degree, its potential."
I mean, it's probably safe to assume that most of the Vesk fleet will be wiped out within a very unexpected amount of time. I'm pretty sure there's probably going to be a lot of panic on the Merciless Blade.
Yeah, like, you're definitely getting the impression she seems unconvinced, right? Like...
Heresy unconvinced.
Right? Like, she clearly has a lot of faith in just the Vesk elite, as it were. She probably considers herself among them, let's face it, right? And probably considers you among them as well. So, yeah, you're not here like shaking in a corner saying, "Oh God, it was horrible." You're saying very rationally, this is a thing that's very hard to like go up against. But I think what you're realizing is the hard sell for her is you want to sacrifice massive resources that she obviously doesn't want to lose.
That's true.
Like, the idea of engaging in a ship battle after what happened outside Absalom isn't something she's willing to do, considering the corpse fleet lost a lot in that.
It's true. It's true.
Remember, they had the super colossal Ultranauts.
It's true.
So that's probably why you've got a hard sell here is, you're kind of saying, well, if we just wreck the Merciless Blade, everything will be good. Or if we just summon the starship over here, like the city ship, then yay! But I think Matva's point is, let's not encourage it to be in a ship fight. Because, yeah. You can probably guess that she's got after, action data from that fight, and could probably work out that it was very one-sided based on her position here. Right? It's easy stuff for Zora to piece together given your military record.
Demogesh seems to think it's possible.
Oh, Demogesh brought the entire Viscarium to fight it though.
It's true.
What couldn't the Viscarium fight in Demogesh's eyes? Right?
What couldn't the Viscarium fight in Matwa's eyes though?
Right? Yeah. Maybe there is a similar weird kind of overconfidence. I mean, they're both still around, and obviously I don't imagine they're the only people that were after their jobs, so...
Yeah, imagine the people coming for their throats every other second. But yeah, I get where she's coming from, but I mean...
Yeah, the idea of Triaxis blowing up doesn't bug her. The idea of you blowing up a Vesk ship bugs her.
Have you got any better suggestions? I mean...
She looks at you and says...
It's the strongest.
What are your resources? You have something this Illibrian wants, and you can choose where to arrange this meeting. Do you have any guarantee it will not simply appear, take what it wishes, and leave?
I'm 100% sure that's what's going to happen, hence why we want to take it to the one place that might be able to hurt it.
And where can it hurt this Illibrian?
We don't know.
She kind of looks between you and Zig and says, I would perhaps suggest you focus on finding an answer to that question. If you can find some source of weakness to this Illibrian, even small, it would give you some edge.
Yeah, what if we take it to the sun?
Isn't this the throw the egg into the sun thing again? Just only phone the Illibrian first, tape the phone to the egg, and just send it in. Or do you mean the actual Burning Mother, the actual structure of the sun?
Take it to the structure, and then we break the shield in.
Okay.
And we just throw the Illibrian into the sun.
Okay. It's bold. I like it. You're also throwing in thousands of other people.
We will evacuate some of them.
How many rooms we got?
Apart from the university.
Oh dear. Okay, interesting. Right, so our plan is get the Illibrian to appear somewhere, right? Ultimately that's a plan, right? So if it's get the Illibrian to appear, we know they want the egg. Or the eggs, ideally. But you have one, so you may as well start there. So, because it's the least effort required, right? Is using the solar egg you have. Use that to get the Illibrian somewhere. Where that place is somewhere you could easily tell other people to be too. Right? For whatever reason you wish to tell them. It doesn't need to be in orbit around Triaxis or on physically Triaxis, but it's not a bad place physically on Triaxis. It will cause a mass amount of damage if things go tits up. I don't see how they won't, but...
They'll go tits up.
However, you have a lot of control in that situation, right? So make the most of it. I think Matva's main point there is you can't win a space battle.
We can't win most battles against them, to be honest, so I don't think, right?
So what are you going to do with this time that you buy yourself then, right? What do you want to do with this time you buy yourself? Is the point just to tell everybody who's left this is how serious the problem is? Because surely, wiping out half of them to do that isn't an ideal.
Yeah, we should really just wipe out one of them.
Yeah.
Ideally.
Okay. So, where is it good to have a meeting? Who are you going to invite to it? And then the Illibrian. What's the plan there?
Well, I don't know. I've got no idea.
What's the most idealistic, right, for you? Like, ignoring how it will go or how you'll achieve anything, what would be your ideal outcome? Right, may as well talk in ideals and see if we can work towards them. So, out of this entire plan, I mean, guys, right? So everybody, out of the entire plan, what's the ideal outcome?
Damage.
Yeah.
Sorry, never heard any of that.
It's a deadly green.
Right, okay. So, right, deadly green. Who can help you get that? Right, let's make a list. Let's pop people's names into Roll20, right? So, you got a deadly green. Who are your biggest friends, I guess? Or even, I guess, what's the word? Assets, maybe, is better than friends. Right, type it in, pop it into Roll20, yep, and we'll get our list. Sorry. Right, so we have Cindy. Agreed. Probably one of your biggest allies, or like assets. You nearly said assassins
Also,
there.
someone who perhaps has some fraction of its power.
Yep.
Yeah, and probably has some like understanding as well.
I would also suggest
innovative.
potentially other Bone Sages if they'd be willing to take the steps he's taken in order to dilute its power further, and maybe they'll lose a bit of their own in exchange. It's not clear exactly how powerful he still is. Maybe the power he's gained compensates, but it's different.
Yep.
Maybe we go speak to Cindy properly. Give him the lowdown as well.
So yeah, like even if you want to be super optimistic, right? If Sindael's explanation of Librian power versus Bone Sage power, and he's now tapped into Librian power, even if they're drinking from the same source, you can imagine that's 50-50 and still not great odds given how good the Librians seemed to be. But if you do have, as you were suggesting, more Bone Sages willing to, transcend, then yeah, maybe that would make, if you get, let's say for example Ramasethu had already did it because you remember having that conversation with her, then that's a third each, right? And two of them are sympathetic to you. That does shift the odds dramatically. If that was the best case scenario, obviously. So it's not bad as a plan, yeah? Right? Besides Sindael, Bone Sages, what would be your next biggest asset you have access to in general? We're not including the egg, because the egg is how this is possible in the first place.
Ivan,
right?
Fair. Yep. I think that goes without saying.
Right now, as far as it goes to clashing with the Librian, in terms of sheer bodies and sheer power of arms, the Vesk.
Right. Okay.
go talk about me.
Sheer power of arms.
Yep. Yeah.
Who has more arms by the end of the campaign, the Viscarium or Weird? Right, so yeah, Viscarium too. Yeah, you've got that, right? That is something you have a fair amount of sway in.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What else we got? What else we got access to? I'll come back. Right, so we got Sindael, who is like some kind of weird kind of Barai Librian, I guess, now. We've got Bone Sages in general, and we know that Ramasethu at least has benefited directly from interacting with you guys. And then you've got the Viscarium, a lot of guns, a lot of manpower. What else? What else you got asset-wise? What else is like your next in line? We're including Matva and the Vesk, obviously, as well. That's all included of Matva.
Included like Ramasethu and Bone Sages.
Oh yeah, she's the main angle for the Bone Sages. You don't really have a relationship with any of the others, sadly. I think Lyco's met Tech Polanis, but
I would say
it was a
like,
brief exchange.
Yeah.
You don't exactly have any sort of working relationship, and I don't think he would be eager to do anything crazy at my suggestion.
I would say Radiant Supreme, but he just seems like a senile old shite.
He doesn't seem particularly good at.
Okay, he makes the list though, I suppose, right? Because like at least Zig can like attest to
I
his
think
power.
the stewards and Aspis, but neither of them would I entirely trust. The stewards just because I
Like
don't think they
steward
can
slash
afford to
Babak,
right now.
I guess.
And Aspis just because I don't think they're inclined to do anything helpful.
I don't know though. That's what I can think of anyway. People could actually
Your biggest.
punch in a Librian.
True. Time travel is your biggest asset. Yep. Mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, I forgot to talk about them. I'm going to say wormholes as well, right?
Okay, right. So time travel,
Wormholes, I
wormholes.
was almost like.
Right. What about Sinida? You count her as just the crew, or so is that why we're keeping her separate? She's just part of the crew.
Part of the crew, but
It's fine if she is.
Right?
It's fine if she's part of the crew. And it was just in case you decided she was an additional asset or not. So.
And she's a strong lady. I was just wondering if, like, I was just actually thinking on like a Librian level.
She's a strong, wealthy lady as well.
That's true.
You probably have enough sway with an idea to buy something expensive, but like one thing expensive probably. Is how much sway you've probably got with her.
It seems easy to find it all in one place. We'll go fucking. We'll create a tab with QBob or something.
If the universe doesn't end, we'll come back and pay you. It's not a bad deal.
At gunpoint if necessary.
Could try and track down Old Man Gun, see if he started up a new business.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah, I think he is dead. I'm not gonna lie.
That's just heartbreaking, man.
Like, I'm not confirming it definitively, but I think he is. Like,
not our fault though.
No.
Is it? It's not our fault. For once, it's not our fault.
No, not necessarily. No. You didn't specifically wake up in a Librian with the knowledge it would go blow up space station.
I'm not sure Zeke didn't.
Because remember, we already thought Olka had got him killed by signing that deal.
Yeah. I'm still okay to blame Olka.
Yeah. Emlyn Daly, damn you!
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Okay, so it's Emlyn's fault. Okay.
Yeah, it's everyone's fault. That way we can wash our hands clean of at least one death.
One death, yes. So where do you think Olka's weirdly okay with that? I don't know, just the vibe. It's like, yeah, fuck it, I'll have killed him.
I'll take it.
Right, so anything else within your time in the game that you think you can call on that would be useful?
Junk rats.
The junk rats, yeah, the new junk rats, remember? What about Edgar before he goes and blows himself up?
Can we get in touch with Edgar before he goes and blows himself up?
I don't know.
I mean,
maybe.
I don't know that I really want to.
But what I mean is, it's not as many will you or won't you, it's just options, right? We're looking at.
Sure, we probably could if we tried.
Right, so if the Librian's doing something on Octurne, that is your expert on Octurne.
Yeah, we were speaking about that. He is the only person that probably knows about that planet.
So there is that aspect alone of Edgar.
We probably do want to try and save Edgar, or not save him, but postpone his.
Use him before he's unusable. I think is the phrase you were looking for.
Yeah. Get him before he blows himself up. Along with hopefully MO.
So yeah. Right. What about White Blossom? How do you feel about him?
I don't know. Truthfully, if he's
we could. Depends really. Like, do you think you've got enough of what he'd be interested in to make that worth his while to help you? Right. Guess that's the main thing that you kind of factor in. But yeah.
I told him how much. Did I tell him enough to
About what
Where is
specifically?
this going to be? The Librian, etc.
How much do you want to have told him?
I think I told him a fair amount, didn't
I think you did, yeah. I think you told him a chunk at least. Yeah.
Enough that I could sort of maybe quietly ask for his assistance in this matter, or at least give him a heads up.
Yeah.
Without it coming across very weird.
That's fine, yeah. I'll let you have talked to him about that. I'll say that obviously the asking for help convo will have to happen, but yeah, I like that you've seeded it enough to at least have a stage for the conversation. Okay, so using this list then, right? What's the next plan? What is the next immediate plan? What are you hitting Matva with your Zora?
Scott, the only way I can fight, the only ways
Remember,
I can
you're
fight.
going to part ways from Matva, and you're going to like give her some kind of idea of what you're going to be up to either have her help or not. That's really it, right? So, what's the plan? Because the plan's probably get to Triaxis and pick up Lyko at some point, or use Zig to just teleport around the.
If we actually want to figure out a way to hurt Mr. Urgalas, then I think
You need to speak to Cindy.
the only two ways I can think is Cindy or Edgar figuring out Merritt Octurn, but the more direct way would be Cindy.
Yeah, because like those are two different like routes. Like using Edgar would be removing Octurn really from his plan, and using Cindy it's removing the Librian from the plan. So it depends how you want to tackle the plan, because the plan seems to involve the Librian and Octurn, right? So it depends how you could do both, right? As I said, the egg will buy you time with the Librian away from Octurn for you to go there and do something.
Probably
to give it all.
Right?
I do agree that it does feel like we're going in not with any guarantee that there even is a way to attack him directly.
Mm-hmm.
And so her comment about looking for some sort of advantage or weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's wise. I just don't know where to even start beyond going back and asking Cynthia, and I feel like if he knew that, probably we would already.
Depends on, you could hit him up with, by the way, here's what we've been thinking. We're going to give him one of the 3 things he seems to need. We're going to see what he does with it. And
I definitely think we should clue in Cyndial ahead of time anyway. So
technically, he's in this head loop, right?
I forget that all the time.
But he
He's
just,
very quiet.
yeah, either he's found ways to block it out or just doesn't respond. Yep. So in theory, he's heard all this in theory. But it's still not a bad idea, right? So Cyndial might not have said anything previously because you didn't have a plan previously. It was just the Librian's a bad thing.
And he doesn't really ever. I don't think he's ever told us that without him asking. And even the day I asked him, it's usually yes, or something like that.
Fair. He's an upper echelon Ryan NPC. Why would he be useful?
Let's face it, he's not exactly a welfare information at the best of times. So, like,
well, I think if you like hit him up with a direct question about like, you know,
that's what I'm hoping for. Like, if we actually just say, "Look, we're doing this, whether or not you tell us," so you might as well
you
make.
could even say, "By the way, we've had a plan. Can you convince or can you help other bone sages to like, you know, turn themselves into what you are now? Do you think they'd be open to it? Especially if, I mean, the bone sages are in hiding essentially because of the Librian, right? The abandoned Eox, that like fortress world. Yeah, remember you still had to use like a smuggler to get onto it. So, yeah, not ideal for them. So it would benefit them, right?
Mm.
A nice evolution for them, right? Going back somewhat to what they were before.
Mm-hmm.
So that is at least a new angle with Cinderella. It isn't just like a going back to him and for the same, you know, answers. So that is at least a reason why that's still valid. Yep. Ivan, King of Deus, I mean, the possibilities are endless. We know that, right?
Yeah, but maybe we just throw Urgalas into Ivan. And Ivan just
we drop Ivan onto Octurn.
Yeah.
don't know, probably spits out fucking
Ivan
whatever
was the
the.
end of the universe the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh,
The consumption
it was
cube.
powerful.
Yep. Just
What
slow
about
it.
the Triune?
Yeah, what about trying? I mean, if you
Is there
think
any way that we could utilize them in this, their plan? Can we factor that in and try and use it against him in some way?
okay, what do you have in mind? And or Alex, feel free to jump in here since that seems
Oh,
to be
I
your
don't.
angle.
I'm just saying to the people who are familiar with such things.
So
Do you think there's any way that we could utilize them?
Well, if we check with the Galarians ready, yeah, and then we switch it with Octurne.
interesting.
What
Just
about if we
ping
lure him to
Octurne
the
into that
exact
space.
spot where they're going to place the
Let's Chewbacca this bitch.
Yeah.
We're
Trap
gonna
them.
need another Galarian.
Yeah.
We just built that one. Boom. You know, the Librian at the core. Yeah.
But they've got these extra little side dimensions. Why can't we just punt Octurne into one of those? Whilst
Right,
we've got
you don't know if they can,
unlocked.
right? It's not. I mean, if you want to add that to the list, but
Let's go do that.
Try it
Yeah.
on the list.
So the problem with your theory though is I choose to believe that Chewbacca is actually still holding up that moon to this day,
Well,
and he's
at
not
least
actually
busy.
dead. So
Yeah, but it's keeping him busy, so
he's keeping them busy. That's true, man.
that's all we need.
It's balancing him to the rest of the universe. That's what it's doing.
Yeah.
It's the Kenpachi syndrome. You're too powerful otherwise. Right. So, somebody want to type in Triune?
Just spell Triune.
Triune.
Is that it?
No, but
Bloom.
I'll do. Oh,
W.
I didn't type anywhere apparently. Triune. Isn't it that?
Right, W. Right. I was wondering if it was like an E. Cool. Makes sense.
Yeah. I think it's like 3-1.
Mm.
Yeah. So. Oh, there's an echo from Unico.
That was an echo.
Hello.
Oh, no.
Right. So, anything else you can think? I have no idea.
Right. No, me personally.
So anyway, weird. Any thoughts on the Triune angle? Same with you, Zig.
My only understanding of how to commune with them is to walk through a ship and then fling myself into drift. Which isn't a particularly precise science.
Yeah, it's like okay, so we need the Azure Flare. We need to travel to the sun from was it Akaton, I think.
Yep.
So from Akaton to the sun at this precise orbital alignment, and then just phase through this particular wall at this point in the journey. It's not that difficult to recreate, right? That'll be fine.
Alternatively, do we have any?
I've done this in the past.
Do we have any machine readings from where it was that we ended up?
Probably, right? You probably get something.
Yeah, and I'll program them into this new.
Because remember, the second step.
multidimensional-
The second step was a Zig mind linking with you. Remember when you were unconscious?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then I can, if I can work out some basic measurements and plug them into my.
Joe might be able to help you with that.
I'm working on.
CC might weirdly be able to help you with that plan.
Oh, we can make my suit a god jumpsuit.
Right? A drift jumpsuit to get to God.
A drift deity diving
Yeah.
suit.
Yeah. It's called a reach out and touch faith.
Reach out and touch faith.
So, yeah.
Anyway,
I was singing that to someone to Oka yesterday, but I changed it to reach out and touch face.
Okay.
okay.
That makes
She was
sense. Yeah.
getting very annoyed as I kept poking her in the face.
Understandable.
It doesn't sound annoying to me.
It's part of the contract you signed. So.
It is after the second half now.
Oh dear. So anyway, that's the thing you could at least attempt, right? Is mess with dimensional jumping.
Yes, I support this idea.
Like
I'm going to punt that planet into the void.
UCC and Madvin might even be able to handle that, to be honest.
Yes.
Which is interesting, and I don't know how that you feel about that, but I mean, I'm not going to say the word bomb, right? But if you instead scrapped your attempts at building these multi-destinational things, why not just make a bomb from those and try and get rid of Octurne that way?
I was going to turn one of them into a portal to test that we can actually get to that place.
Mm.
And then we can pop through and just be like, hey guys, do you mind if we park this planet for a while?
Mm.
I mean, they managed to, they parked our egg for a while. So.
They did. They definitely did. And CC, not CC, sorry, Sindel seemed to be at least involved in being able to retrieve it.
Yeah.
Remember? So CC, sorry, Sindel, I keep calling him CC for some reason. Sindel could probably help with this plan, he says loosely.
Oh.
I've lost the audio.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh,
It's stream as well.
Drop.
Oh dear. I'm still
You had a
here.
moment there. Don't worry.
Yep.
I can hear
I can
you
hear you
now.
now.
Back.
I never lost you guys. Yep, weird.
What about me?
Wait a minute. If we lose communications, that means it's a prelude to invasion. Right? Damn it. That's what I learned from Star Wars, at least. It's not like power cuts or faulty tech or anything. It's only possibly invasion.
In fairness, if you're always prepared for invasion when like your communications go down, then
They
when
weren't
an
though.
invasion happens, you'll be ready.
But they
Yeah,
weren't
they were
ready.
at the top prepared.
No.
They just got Liam Neeson in like bathrobes.
Yeah.
Um,
See, to be fair, what
good.
I've learned from Liam Neeson's career, that's all you need.
Yeah, I feel like Liam Neeson in a bathrobe would solve many of my problems.
Anyway, to the plan. So, yeah, you've got that angle, right? You could try and do something about Octurn, right, as well.
Eat it.
it does seem like it would be worth investigating it a little bit, yeah. But how would we get the chance without going in with the distraction? Unless we just research it in the down low.
Well,
You
what's
stick to your plans of actual like terrestrial weaponry, and I will stick to my plan of using a planet
Spiritual
into
weaponry.
nebulous void.
If you get a vault door big enough from the Bank of Abadar, just slowly let it just orbit its way into it. Be fine.
That's a good idea.
Like, how much to open up an account to put a planet in it?
Quite a lot.
Ask Emma Oman. She offered me a moon. She could afford it.
Just launch a moon at Octurn? That's
I mean, we could do that.
right.
That could prove problematic.
So, Triune, Octurn, Stewards, Red Supreme, Vesk, Bone Sages, Syndial. Yeah.
So
So
but I guess still for now is to go ask Cindy the obvious question.
Okay.
The obvious question. If that doesn't work, we'll be like, fuck.
Okay. So if that is the case then, right, you could try and get Syndial's attention. Is the plan to reconvene the party to do this, or not? Because technically Zig could take everybody to Syndial. Except, like, well, yeah, actually just everybody. Yep, just a couple of jumps
mean,
it would take.
It seems like a good idea, yeah.
The only thing, in
Although
fact,
I would like to go to Versus also.
is Alice in the loop? I think Alice is in the loop.
Alice is in the loop, yeah.
Which means you could leave her on the final hour to do that. And you
She
could
can be your
jump
little
back.
escape.
Yeah. So that could be something, right? You could tell her you could give her instruction to say, please point the ship at Triaxis and fly there. Right? That could be a thing. The only difference is you would be out of contact with her if she's in drift, unless you can get into drift. Right? If you jump away, then she'd drift to Triaxis. Use her Sans Alice for that period of time, because you just can't jump while not on the same plane. It's a very minor problem, though.
Yeah.
We could all like get in the jumpsuit.
Everybody crams in to the jumpsuit.
I'll just hug everybody
Okay.
in the jumpsuit.
What I'm hearing is everybody just like essentially gets like duct taped to the outside of it. Everybody seal on your helmets. Pray to if you're gonna pray, and then charge up the drift drive. Yep. We're fine.
Doesn't matter if we get lost in fucking drift. It's a good teleport as well.
Okay, so somebody's gonna carry the drift.
Yeah, you
Broken
just need
part,
to lose
yeah.
the ship. Unfortunately, but
Yeah, it'll be fine. So, you do have a fair bit of mobility now, so not only do you have telepathic comms over the plane, but you now have transportation to each other over the plane. As long as you're leaving anchor people around. So what is the current plan? Are you just gonna jump somewhere? You gonna tell Matva where to go? What's the plan? So Zora, wrap up the Matva scene for me now.
Right, so we're probably going to ask for Bone Sage, a Librian.
You can say Bone Sage if you want.
No, this is what I would say. Bone Sage, a Librian friend.
Right.
the Oxygen maybe.
The Yoxian friend. No, definitely go with that. Definitely a Solon character as well.
Okay, yeah.
But yes, Cinderell. We're going to ask Cinderell.
Yes, Demogash is new advisor.
She knows a wee bit about Cinderell, right? She must have seen some of Cinderell with some.
Oh, she clearly knows of them, right? She knows of them.
Right,
she might have fought against them at some point. Keep in mind, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, he's not. It's not really your everyday Bone Sage. But yeah, he's like been our main contact for the Bone Sages for a while. He should know something, hopefully.
And nods. Goes back into the belly of the beast then for you.
Always.
And what do you intend to say to Demogesh regarding this meeting?
Didn't happen.
She just smirks at that, and she says, "You have a lot of faith that he's not a paranoid man."
I kind of know he's a paranoid man, and I mean, she does. I'll figure out something.
She just kind of nods. There isn't much I can do to assist you in a conversation with a Bone Sage aboard the Merciless Blade, given the current climate. She smirks at that.
I would snigger, probably. Go to, oh.
Oh, you're really embracing the Demogesh life, aren't you? Like when he appeared inside you as a hologram. Oh, I'm so sorry, I never followed.
No, we'll just call that me feigning, like just like that's me doing a Demogesh laugh on purpose.
Right, okay. And then she kind of looks at you and says, "Yes, that's that then." And that's me prompting you, Nico, to be like, "Are you giving her some kind of like that? Here's how you could help us."
I mean, well, we do have like a bit of a gear issue. If you could maybe help us out with that.
And she raises an eyebrow, or like an ocular ridge again, and says, "As I said earlier, what exactly are you missing?"
Bit of this, bit of that. Probably gonna need some pretty high grade stuff for this particular mission.
High grade stuff like a high capacity data pad to write down all the conversation that you have, or and she just smirks and she goes, "Or do you mean another ship? Like what are we talking here?"
Not quite a ship. More looking for guns and armor.
She laughs. And she goes, "A lot of guns and armor on a ship."
It's true, but I mean, a ship's fine.
And then she says, "Send me a list. I'll see if I can help."
I'll nod, and maybe an easier contact number in case I need to get a hold of you again. I mean,
she laughs.
As much as I like to past.
What makes you think I want you to get a hold of me?
I mean, could be useful.
She looks down to Zig and says, "Doesn't your expert here have any tricks?"
Tricks.
I'm not sure
Okay,
how
so-
Zig wants to react to that.
Hmm.
Don't know how to
Yeah,
react
but
to
how
it.
does he react?
Hmm.
Tricks makes everything sound so nasty and horrible.
She's a lizard. Right.
You mean a lifetime of learned skills?
Yeah, so what's Zig's reaction to that then? What's the in-game response?
I think. I don't think he'd say anything. I think he would just kind of maybe squint and like cock his head to one side and kind of just look at Matt Van, then look at the captain, Admiral.
I would squint back, to be honest, because it's actually kind of went over my head like tricks. I mean, he doesn't have tricks.
And she just takes a deep breath and she goes, "You said that you were in some kind of communication loop with your companions, your crewmates."
Oh, yeah, that, yeah. I just forgot we actually told her about that. I thought
And
we
she
were
looks
just
at-
like
You just did. Like,
And then she looks at everybody and he goes, "The mystics available to the Viscarium can send messages to each other. I assumed this was something within your power. Forgive the assumption."
it's kind of not really a
That would-
chosen.
Like that was stated to Zig, if that makes sense, Zig, and forgive the assumption.
Yeah.
And then she like turns to Yuzora and says, "I am not exactly inclined to give out any direct contact. You remember the old ways."
I would nod. I guess.
And she goes to like walk like kind of past you and says, "Just be creative." Gives you gives you a Vesk look which says, "We're about to go kill things."
Okay. I guess creative, like cryptic messages about loyalty and honor.
You say that to her? And she goes,
Sure, why not?
and she'll turn to you and she'll say, "As I said, if you remember the old ways, you'll find a way to get my attention." She like walks to the door, opens the kind of door, and just barks something in Vesk, which obviously for everybody that speaks Vesk, is just
It's probably everybody.
Might
It's
be
just-
everyone.
it's just the
Yeah, I
phrase.
think it's everybody.
It's just the phrase "move out." The equivalent of kapla, I suppose, right? So the 8 Vesk in the corridor, probably most of them staring down the corridor at Weird, just standing there.
Just mad dogging each other.
It goes through our head very briefly is a Vesk for each limb, and then walks back into the bridge, walks towards like the main console thing and just points her arm out. Her eyes start to kind of glow. Her moat like shimmers, and then a big wormhole kind of rips open. And
She's stepping through it. I'm like, you need to teach me how to do that.
she looks at you and then she does the Vesk salute, so she like thumps you, obviously, as you know. Punch, and then nods. And her and the troops step through. Like
Suits electrocuting her or something, right? That's what's happening.
Sure.
Combat all the time. Zora's just in deep thought.
Yeah. How does she keep doing that? Yeah. Lyko.
How she gaming Paizo.
it's me.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a very quick 5-minute break, just as we've had a little break, and we'll come back and we'll do your scene, right?
Yeah.
Everybody, we'll be back in
Yeah.
about 5-ish minutes. BRBs. Okay. So, welcome back to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 102, part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It is the, I guess, 13th of September 2021 still. I'm here are the players.
Here are the players. And this is one of them. Specifically, it's Colin, who'll be playing Lyco Quint. Your meeting taking, moving, shaking, all together, cookie, space cop. It's the ghost.
And hello, I am Nico, and I am still playing Zora, the Captain Admiral guy.
Is this wildlife documentary, Nico?
Vesk. Yes.
There we have a wild Zora.
Today we have a wild Zora playing Captain Admiral Vesk.
Planes of the Viscarium.
The plains of the can't speak.
You see the predatory Vesk romping amongst the wildering and wombling Skittermanders.
Screeching into the distance.
They're in fact stealing my microphone as I say this now.
Anyway, I'm Alex, and I'll be playing with the Android Moon Thief.
Sorry.
Hello there.
Hello.
I am indeed. And I am still playing Zig, the Burning Sun, son of the sun, daughter of the other sun.
Okay.
Mystical space rat from the sun.
I like it. I think.
I'm so sorry.
This is us. We are those. So,
here we are.
Michael. So you've been staring into space for a little bit during your meeting. I'm always polite enough to say take your time. You served everybody tea.
And I will return my attention once again in the room. Apologies, I was he was sort of gesture to his ear in that universal sign of someone was
And she'll
talking at
say, no, please. Hopefully there is no unfortunate business you have to attend to elsewhere. She gives you like a very faked smile.
No, my attention is here. I look to our gracious host and say, but not for too much longer.
He chuckles to himself. Him sips his tea.
The identity, or rather the equivalent identity of Query is somewhat troubling, but not surprising. I'm ashamed to admit we all remarked on how much more like Edgar he seemed than like his alleged counterpart. Should have occurred to us that the Edgar of another world might not be inclined to reveal himself as such.
Just kind of nods very simply to that, just as if.
That would explain his reaction to you.
She smiles wildly at that.
It does less to explain your reaction to him. Now, I understand I'm being somewhat coy when I asked if there were a particular reason that you wanted him, because truthfully, who wouldn't want to have their hands on the living relic of another universe? But that was before it occurred to me there may be a more personal connection.
She tilts her head slightly. And she goes, "You think me a woman of sentiment?"
Sentiment? No, but who is weird to you or Nick's? An employee of an employee, someone who has worked.
She actually
at a
sets her cup
distance.
down and shakes her head, and she goes, "Less than that, I would say."
Exactly, but Edgar. Edgar was abducted from his office by goblin mercenaries, which, credit to them, they managed to hold the captain at bay alongside the very competent Emlyn. Pauses for a second.
Yeah, and we just judged the shade you just threw to your captain there.
That was not intentionally, but it does work.
It's good, I liked it.
But that was unexpected. The attack was sprung upon them. They were trapped in an elevator. I've worked on the front line of law enforcement in the Pact. Trapped in an elevator and a gunfight is just about the last place I'd ever want to be. It's a massive tactical advantage, and I don't think that really reflects particularly strongly on the abilities of those particular goblins.
Thank you, Lyko. Such a bro.
And yeah, I'm not shitting on you. I'm just, but I'm also saying, like, but is that not just circumstances, right? Like, I don't think they could have taken him if he didn't want to be taken, frankly. So,
Are you suggesting he would want an out?
I'm suggesting that he would want an out without appearing to have done so. Which makes me think that...
She leans back, right, and straightens her like spine up, and she says, "The Aspis Consortium is not a prison."
No.
She has that like that porcelain smile on her face as well.
I imagine competition is quite intense within the company. And I also imagine that it's probably somewhere that those who are expected, much is expected of, are not eager to be seen to fail in their duties. I think he was running. I think he was running because he had in some capacity failed. And I suspect I know how he failed. I don't understand, but I think I know.
She takes a sip of her tea. Says, "Please enlighten me."
The particular circumstances at a certain research station. Particular crew he hired indirectly to investigate. Well, on paper indirectly, but let's be honest, it was quite a direct mission. The answer to him.
She just stares,
The
wide
Elibrian
eyes.
mess.
And
Every
she
part-
sets the cup down as soon as you say that, and just and just like nods to the situation.
Every part of it can be traced back to that station. And not just to that station, but perhaps the thing wouldn't have awoken if he hadn't sent another crew. Not just another crew, but another crew which included Jesters himself, Barai, someone with a connection, however distant, to Eox. I think Edgar had potentially caused a hugely embarrassing incident, quite aside from the potential, universal threat that the creature poses. Or creature is the wrong word, it's clearly an intelligent being, probably far more than I am, but it's hard to think of something. Anyway, the point being, I think he was getting out before he was pushed. And I think that if the Librian did the same thing to another universe, I'm not much of a gambler, but if I had to, I would put money on a similar chain of events having happened.
His nods. It seems like you have done some research into this particular chain of events. It also seems like you have had direct exposure to this Elibrian on more than one occasion. Would I be wrong?
Not entirely. No, I wouldn't call our initial exposure to it direct. It wasn't fully awakened.
Do I have you and your crew to thank for that incident if you are indeed saying that you believe that your presence there directly affected it being awakened?
I don't like to think of it, but had he sent another crew, would the results have been the same? I'm not sure. So, possibly, yes.
There's nods to that. Just it cost Aspis quite a considerable arrangement to lose that particular artifact.
Alright, you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna say it. It cost Absalom a great deal more.
She just shrugs at that. To some. Office buildings can be replaced. Yeah. Like you're trying to like throw in the lives thing and you're like, they're gonna
Yeah.
yeah. But this is like you're getting at least the audience are getting to see she's a bit piece of shit, really.
Yeah. Well, with that line of thinking, yes, I can see where you're coming from. But Absalom, well, I am somewhat sentimental.
She smiles at that.
I think Lyko gives a slight smile as he says it as well. Like, you know, I know. But BA certain thing is the main concern I would have, quite aside from any potential embarrassment or cost, is that this being having allegedly brought the end of one universe seems to be going through the same motions here. The same desperate attempt to set right in its eyes what happened so long ago. It seems doomed to fail and take us all with it. He might be the only person who actually knows what needs to be done to stop it. But
So you believe this
he isn't
entity's
sharing.
plan, agenda, as it were, is to somehow get revenge on its old world?
You know what? I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna be honest with her because I don't see any harm in her knowing exactly how great a threat this thing is.
Yeah, what she's gonna do?
So-
Sell it guns? Like
Yeah. She'll shoot my head and
Mate,
say,
start bargaining with her, man. She'd be fucking charging you an arm and a leg for that info. Like, fucking.
I know, but there's stuff I want. It could easily have its revenge and then some. I understand that the creature advised against the course of action that led to the destruction of the planet in the first place. It wants to undo their mistake in not following its lead. It wants to undo the destruction of its world.
are you so against such a course of action? And how, I guess you'll say, and what is your source for this particular information? Like, even White Blossom looks like this is now like, wow, this is not what I expected.
Some of the information came, obviously, from the one who calls himself Query. Some of it came directly from the creature being. One of my crew encountered it, and perhaps because of his abilities as a mystic, not sure, he was able to sufficiently interest it.
Sure. The Usoki.
Give a simple, quick nod, and apparently interested sufficiently that it decided to try and intimidate him to gain information.
She gives you a funny look when you say that. And she'll say, this Elibrian has an interest in one of your crew.
It has an interest in its world. Say, this information comes directly from the creature or the being, but it doesn't have the knowledge or the tools to reclaim its world on its own. Its power is undeniable. If it were just for one of power, there's not much it can't do, I imagine, so it lacks the resources and it lacks the means to get for now. But some of those resources, their ownership is in flux.
How so?
And this is where he smiles.
Mhm.
Well, let's say I continue down this road and spill everything I know. I see no harm in it.
She smiles and says, what threat does Aspis pose to you?
I imagine you could be a threat to just about anyone if you set your mind to
She
it.
puts her hand up, like as if to interrupt, and goes, can. But I stated, what threat am I currently to you? Are we
At
not
present?
in a contract with one another?
At present, that's completely correct.
She just smiles.
My reservations are more that there may be things that I want.
Ah, I see. She smiles. And perhaps it's your time to pour. She gestures to the teapot.
I believe I can throw together a simple contract. I do keep some.
She like leans in to like her kind of outfit, pulls out another kind of like almost small rectangular kind of a bit like a thumb drive sized device. She throws it and goes, "This one's blank." Just laughs, and she sits back and says, "Take your time." And she smiles and then looks over at White Blossom. He's trying to be like as non-intrusive as possible, but having like his like neck craned way in.
He's getting a lot of value out of this, right?
Can you see why it was like, let me arrange this for you?
Yeah.
This is like essentially free real estate for him right now.
Free real estate.
Hey, you can see why he would want to do it, right? Because information
I completely agree.
Yeah, this is top tier info.
I get the secrets of the universe here, buddy.
Yeah.
So, while I'm doing that,
Yeah.
I'm gonna player agency the shit out of this.
Yeah, go for it, guys.
And say there are things that I want and things that I'm willing to reveal. I'm quite happy to tell her Edgar's plans if we think Edgar is the baddie. But if he's not,
depends what you want to do with Edgar, ultimately, right? Because do you think Edgar is something you can use to a positive end? Beyond this deal, I mean. Beyond as currency for her.
I believe more or less what Lyko said in that I think that he's trying to protect himself, and I've always felt, I said so at the time, like, remember we found the goblins in a cell and Lyko just let them out, went, fuck it, they're just some goblins.
Yep.
I don't think they could have took him if he actually fought.
Where were they though? Remember? Who had both of them?
Oh, the drow.
Yeah.
So I can definitely see reasons that the drow might be interested in Aspis.
Yeah. So
But why abduct him?
let's use the
using
Roll20 chat
goblins?
then, right? So let's put everything you'd like to gain, right, and everything you're willing to give up for it. Or maybe put everything you're willing to give up first, maybe, is a better one. So if you want to list that for folks. List everything you're willing to give up. Edgar's obviously included, yep.
Maybe info.
I mean, Edgar's
Eox.
value to you is either as a bargaining chip now or as an expert in Octurne. That's it. That's about his worth currently. It was handy with drift bombs, I suppose. Like drift sonar.
How about
And if anybody else can think of other stuff to give up on this for Lyko, feel free to like chime in. This is a player agency moment. Please all
she
contribute.
probably doesn't want one side to decisively win the war because that means less guns are sold.
I mean, yeah.
How about the Vesk? We could probably give over crucial Vesk information.
How does the captain feel about that? Ooh. Admiral.
I don't care. I mean,
You really don't care about the Vesk? I mean, I know you don't care about Domogesh or Matva, but like...
we're pretty much just throwing everybody into a meat pool eventually anyway, right?
Meat
Fine, man.
Oh, they're called meetings here.
I do like that the captain is just gone full on, like, I just want to fucking retire.
Yeah.
Retire. If that means the Viscarium has to collapse, oh well.
Everything's got to collapse at this
It's
point.
the only
man.
way out, right? Take the whole Viscarium with you.
Take everything with you, like, fuck it, like...
Oh dear. I never knew we were flying with the John Wick of the Viscarium. Okay. One man in his assembly ooze.
I mean, what could you gear that potentially she would do against the Viscarium very easily? I think about it. Like,
Well, I don't know that she would necessarily act, but she might see an opportunity to fund other factions that might seek to resist or disrupt them. She might, if she sees the potential for internal strife, she might decide one side would be more lucrative to work with than the other.
I mean, you have technically learned, right, Zora, that Matva used Aspis to make that weapon.
mhm.
And that was to fuck up the Vesk. And the Vesk Eoxian alliance. Right?
It wasn't necessarily a bad thing.
No, it really was. Like, realistically, it wasn't. It was an awful thing to commission.
Yes, I mean, the methods were pretty awful, but yeah, I mean, the goal wasn't really something I really care about. I mean, it would have been beneficial to us in the long run.
Yeah. Luckily, Sindel solved that, it seems. So, what else we got? Because we had that list before, right? We had the Sindel, Bone Sages, Vesk, Stewards, Babak, Radiant Supreme, Aspis MO, Triune, White Blossom. That was what I wrote down. So, anything else you're throwing in? So we got Edgar, Bone Sages, Yox, Vesk. I'm assuming you don't want to mention eggs.
I want to avoid mentioning them as far as possible.
That would be
probably not eggs.
Don't mind her knowing that there's stuff he needs.
Yeah.
Specifics
will-
of like the eggs, I think I'd rather avoid.
Yeah, because you have said like he needs resources he doesn't yet have to do his thing, whatever his thing is, which is likely bring back Yox to its glory.
Or
That's-
seems to be from what he said.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is this is what you've conveyed to her thus far, which is fine. And none of that
Yeah.
said, we have an egg, he wants another 2, what do we do? Yeah, none of that's been...
Tell her to put the eggs in a bit big floating box above Daza. Oops. Oh,
What happened?
there we go. We're all good. Do the bit of big floating lead box above Daza.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to say.
So yeah, anything else that you think Lyko could offer up? Because remember, this may or may not be, how to curry favour in return.
Not really.
Don't know.
It's kind of the major stuff. Really don't want to tell anyone about eggs. That's an awful idea.
And keep in mind, you have done things like, free other drow queens from
that could
prisons.
be worth mentioning. Yeah.
Yep.
I definitely want to ask, so I don't necessarily want to give away anything about the Kivalari, but I definitely want to ask about it.
Mm-hmm.
No, sorry, it wouldn't be 2.0, it would be 1.0.
Yep. Yeah, so we've got that. We've also got the fact that you've got information about the drift network, right? Remember the Viscarian thing? So I guess that's under the Vesk part. The Vesk drift beacons that have been deployed throughout drift space. You've also got potentially a personalized drift jump drive. You can get CC to fix it. Right? But that's, again, I just thinking of things you have that isn't common.
Yeah.
How many flares does he have in his cheek right now? That's not common.
No, that is quite unusual.
Yeah. And then you've got the drift jump thingy, the personalized one. You've also got some of the knowledge of how to build a drift beacon bomb, right? The sonar ping thing that you did to find your lost drift buddy. Get that, I suppose. You've got the Madvin stuff you've been working on, the multi-destinational, bags of holding, essentially. This is all stuff that's worth something to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's that. Don't know, there's probably other stuff, but I can't think of it, obviously, straight, off the top of my head. You have a Vesk ship, ultimately. It's probably worth something to the right people. It's not like you can just buy them, so there's that. You've had a car business, I suppose. At a repair shop. You've got a ship there as well, obviously. The 11th hour. What else? Anything else lying around? Or anything you have achieved that's rare? Probably. Yeah. There's loads of info about Eox, realistically.
Yeah.
Loads, I know that's listed there, but there's so much about Eox and the electroencephalon nonsense and everything that be.
I don't necessarily want to share.
Yeah, but I'm just saying these are things you have to barter with, at least. Not necessarily that you would. So yeah, to get any other suggestions? Going once? Nope.
Not for me.
Going twice? Alex, anything for you?
No.
Oh my lord.
Oh. Hello, robot.
It's all gone wrong. We've downgraded to Nix 2.
I think it's Nix 0.1.
Yeah,
this might not even be
it's the alpha build of Nix. You there? You with us? Yeah?
Oh, I'm present.
Yep.
Hey!
So, yeah. What was it you were saying? Sorry. So nothing to throw out?
I couldn't think of anything.
Okay.
On my end.
Okay.
Fair.
No
I checked on the stream. Something's eating my head.
My lord. Yeah. So I guess back in the scene.
Well,
unless you want to do
before
what
we
you
do
want.
that, actually, I was going to ask. I know some things that I want to ask for. I don't think we asked for guns here because you've already done that. I think I want to ask about the Kivalari. I think I want to ask how on the money I am regarding Edgar. And finally, I kind of want to ask her about the Vesk.
I'm going to state what I said to Nico in break, is that it's no guarantee Matva will give you everything you ask for, or even anything you ask for, ultimately. But if it does seem like it's something she can give you, I don't see why she wouldn't, unless she needs it for some reason, like, for example, the Mortgage Finder. So yeah, I'd say that is definitely a penciled in, but not penned in. So don't worry about seeking out resources from other sources, but it does make sense that if you can get something more valuable than guns from her, you may as well.
Absolutely.
Yep.
This is my thing.
So put your wants list in, and we'll see if MD's got any other additions. Same with everybody here. MD that thinks Emma all can provide something, put it into the Roll20 chat now, please, so we can
just double
have
check
that.
the spelling of Kevolari.
Yeah, it should just be Kevolari, I think.
Hold on. I'd finally Baskerville.
What about just her knowledge on Nelly Brain as well?
Well, that probably ties together pretty well.
We discovered that Baskerville was just some secret research facility to see how canines handled living in space in zero-G. Yeah. Turns out homicidal.
About that after all this time.
Yeah.
I get what you're going for, though. I get it. I get it.
Right. MD else got any additions to that list, folks? This is stuff you want off of her, remember. Same with you, Zig. Same with you, Beard. Like, feel free to add to the list. Take what you can get. Doesn't matter if it feels rational. Just if you think she can provide it, you may as well add it to the list and we can discuss its worth.
A moon.
A moon. Okay.
I was thinking that, but
nope. If there is nothing, just state nothing and we'll move on.
Nothing.
I can think.
Okay.
I'm going to assume Alex is also a nothing.
Nothing, and we'll move on.
Yep.
More guns.
Okay, so that's what you're getting, Lyko.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's the plan?
Back in scene then.
You serve the tea?
I will hand her the thing and start serving some tea. Probably a little more awkwardly, as someone who's less used to serving of tea. But like it was pretty high.
Roll culture.
Oh my god, you really want me to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Happily, I'm me. So that 7 didn't work out as badly as it might have.
Well, as we know, base level of success now is 28, so you're fine.
Okay, so I managed to get through the tea ritual. This is the... Woo!
Hey,
basically,
any excuse to use the best skill in Starfinder.
Oh yeah, couture. So yes, pouring that,
So she's going to look through this while you're doing that, right? What is she reading?
Yeah.
What is the terms?
Very standard, very much as she said, you know, everything is between us unless stated otherwise, you know, that sort of thing. It's a pretty bog standard, don't sell me out on this shit contract.
Also, thank you for the raid, Manapot Studios, and welcome.
With
okay. Oh, hey.
You know, also maybe with like a, you know, I don't know, you know, I do not guarantee the accuracy of this information.
Or my spelling.
Like, your basic caveats, very similar to what she did. Probably more amateurish. Probably if she invested a moon's worth of lawyers, she'd get out of it easily. But that's just always going to be a thing when you're dealing with someone like her.
Yeah, like she has more money than you, so she'd be able to buy her way out of like it with lawyers regardless. Yeah.
So it's largely just a matter of just making it nice and formal.
Okay. Yeah. So what is the ask and what is the offer in this? Thank you for the follow. Tarifu Bernal.
information regarding. We'll see about Edgar. But regarding the current situation on Eox,
Right, okay.
with the Drow, and perhaps some inside information on the Vesk, depending on how much she already knows, the value of that might be dubious.
So you're offering Eox, Drow, Vesk, and Edgar info?
I don't want to commit to offering
No,
her
yeah, but you need to,
Edgar.
like, she needs to read something in this contract, though, right, that says why she'd sign it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And good hello to everybody. Hello.
Good and large hello.
Large hellos.
Hello, 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 everyone.
Big boom.
Large hellos.
Small hellos.
The biggest hellos. Yeah. Not just huge, but huge hellos. Yeah.
Huge.
Huge. Anyway, so you're offering info she might not have on Eox, the Drow, Vesk, and Edgar. Was there anything else I missed out from the list?
Edgar. No, I think it was pretty much everything that we put down. I'm prepared to offer some information on, which
Yeah.
may be rare and valuable.
And what's the ask?
The ask. I basically want to know how much she knows about Kivalari. I don't expect that they were in the plan other than producing the weapon, but I suspect that she is probably as knowledgeable as anyone about the properties of the weapon, and if there was any sort of pre-existing, was this always the sort of inclination of what it would be used for? Was the PR story that that was fed to the captain? Does that line up with her understanding? And also, just is she aware of the Grey involvement? Because if anyone's going to be, I would think it would be her, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Anything beyond the Kivalari incident?
Beyond the Kivalari, I'd want to know how much she knew about what they had at Baskerville. Were they aware of its nature? Does she have any information that might be useful to trying to stop it?
Okay.
And finally, I think I would like to know why actually, beyond what I've guessed at, which doesn't seem to be completely off base, but I don't think it's anywhere close to the whole story, what her interest was in Alt Edgar.
Okay.
And that may potentially buy her some very useful information about our Edgar.
Okay, yeah. So, her interests in query versus your knowledge of Edgar's interest in her. Yeah, okay, I like it. Okay. Right. She looks it over. And as you, sit back down after serving the tea between Mr. White Blossom, Emma O, and yourself, she then kind of closes the holo display of the contract and looks at it and looks at you and says, "This does assume that you have worthwhile intelligence gathered in these subjects." And she kind of looks at you with definitely interested looking, kind of hungry-ish eyes, right? That kind of, yeah, this has piqued her interest,
I don't deny that you probably have one of the most impressive knowledge gathering operations going in the Pact. But
she kind of closes her eyes, smiles, and does that thing where she lifts her shoulders slightly as if, maybe, that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I have had the rare pleasure of having been present for a number of significant events.
So it seems.
History. And when not directly involved, have had contact with others who have. I suspect what I'm able to provide you in certain subjects will fill out what you already know rather than be completely new to you. If I were making a deal with another person, this information might go a lot further. I fully expect that you will already have some of the context. I would be surprised if you had all of it.
She looks down, brings up the contract again, projects up, and she kind of gestures to the ask, and she goes, "These particular subjects may or may not be as significantly researched as you may wish them to be. If you are happy with that, I can sign this."
I'll nod in agreement, yeah.
Yep, she sends the contract over, hits the button, swipes it over to, I guess, your comm device as well, so that there's, the record of it.
Receive it, yeah. Fire that over there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Oh dear. All your tailored ads now are just going to be new guns that come to you. The arms dealer. And
if I may...
Yeah?
Sorry, yeah.
On you go.
If I may, I think a natural place to start, given what I was just discussing with property being in flux. When we were initially offered work with the I'm getting the timeline wrong. It was a choice between the Black Dragon or the Baskerville thing. No, Baskerville we started off on.
So you did the Baskerville delivery, right? You came back,
and then we returned it,
and his new offers were hunt down Escape, or from obviously Abadar, or go after, go help the Black Dragon, who was basically mugged by the Drow, essentially.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When we were asked, given a choice really of potential jobs, one of them was regarding, sort of look over to White Blossom. One, the Manny, had
he does his best to not react facially, obviously, as he sips his tea and tries to stay out of the conversation, but clearly he's failing that.
Had been deprived of some of his property. In fact, I suspect rather a lot, through some dealings with Lantoral.
You can just hear White Blossom kind of clear his throat very quietly in the background as he's,
Yeah. The present Drow Queen.
Yeah.
Among...
I like the Foley there I got, by the way, Zig, thank you.
I actually desperately needed to.
It was so well timed.
Among the possessions were items which I believe, and not so much believe as have seen, in a version of events that no longer came to pass. I'll expand on that in a second if you require. I suspect she'll just take that in stride somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these would be utilized by the Illibrian if they fell into his possession. That has not happened as of yet, with things being as they are. But the conflict between the two, I believe, will accelerate his plan. It's therefore important, I would say, that...
and we are under the impression this plan is to recover Eox's original state.
That would seem to be what he is expressing. Of course, there's a possibility that he's simply offering a more palatable version. But if I were him, I suspect that's exactly what I would want to do.
One would,
whatever the case,
do a lot to recover their homeland, would you not?
Sorry?
She says one would do a lot to recover their homeland, would they not?
I suspect most would, yes. And I suspect he is being, if not fully divulgent, he is at the very least being honest with regards to his intentions.
Would you reclaim your former condition if you had the choice? Maybe like that question,
a long
like
time to get fully comfortable with this. And I see when he says with this, he sort of like lifts his arm up, like maybe the gloves aren't on, you can see the hand.
Yeah, like the energy cascading over it. Yeah, the very Barai of it all. Yeah.
But truthfully, I can't pretend I wouldn't prefer to be what I once was.
And you are somewhat of an inverse of the Celebrian, it seems, if his plan is indeed recovering his home.
As indeed are the other former leaders of the Celebrians, and now Bone Sage.
I just raise his
You will be
eyebrow.
aware, no doubt, of the arrangement between them and the Viscarium.
Just nods.
And you may also be aware then that some changes have recently occurred in that arrangement. The leadership of the Eoxines has once again shuffled.
I was aware that changes were made, but not the nature of those changes.
Sindael, who long stood at the forefront, does again, sort of. In reality, Ramasethu leads, but it's Sindael whose manipulations have changed the arrangement.
So I have the Sindael to thank. I see. My personal dealings were with Tectolanus.
I know it. I've briefly met Tectolanus.
She looks down the contract and just like highlights the part that says like Baskerville in purpose. Just like draws a line under it, and she says, Tectolanus was the Bone Sage of the Eternal Convocation who opened the contract with Aspis to recover the artifact you have now come to know as the Olibrian.
I think Lago just manages to hold in the. He got you to dig the damn thing up, did he? Huh.
She just nods. So it would seem. And thanks to Edgar, that didn't quite go as smoothly as I would have enjoyed.
This is something I did want to know from you. I speculated at your reasons for, and suspected it was yourself that he was trying to escape, but I may be completely wrong.
She like smiles and picks up her little teacup thing and she drinks from it.
Is Edgar fleeing you? Or was Edgar fleeing you?
She looks at you and she says, I believe you asked, sorry, you were offering information regarding Mr. Wesland.
I am.
And she like, sips her tea, kind of like does like a double eyebrow raise. And he sits back smiling. The implication here is you didn't ask for it.
Last
so,
I saw Edgar, he was headed here for the shuttle. Well, heading for a shuttle to Triaxis.
I believe I shut down all of his transport abilities to Triaxis.
You know what? I think I can flag our way through this without explicitly stating what happened, but I think he's Edgar. Edgar Wesland. He's a man of means. And he has contacts. People within and without the Viscarium who could assist his transport.
He would make a poor acquisitions officer if he was not resourceful. Would you not agree?
Yeah, I would very much agree, and he is proven resourceful. If he was previously trying to escape from you, fearing consequences for his actions, he is no longer fleeing. I'll see, and take a sip of tea.
You can see her eyes are processing that, right? She's trying to connect dots you haven't drew yet. Yeah, I'm going to make a roll for her, right?
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Okay.
I'll just roll a d20.
Ooh.
Well.
She's rolled well.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Well, there we go. So I'll add her stats to that, shall I? And then we'll just...
Yeah. Sure, she probably
Yeah.
figured that out.
Yeah, I mean, she's played by Michelle Yeoh. She was, of course, going to work this out. She's Michelle Yeoh playing an evil character. Are we surprised? Can I also mention I did it first? So anyway, like, yeah.
That's true. You did preempt them,
Yep.
sure.
I knew her range. And she'll
Oh,
say,
so yours is less comical.
thank you. That makes me feel, but I'm not necessarily paid anywhere near as much as what they were probably for her. Or to her, I've paid a lot less for her than they did, I suppose.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'll take that. I'll be honest, I'll take that. Mhm.
Here's a trick, audience. You can get around like licensing laws if you don't actually use a person's image and just tell people to imagine them instead.
Like, allegedly
Hard to
imagine
get
they were
away with in
cast
film,
as
though.
this if we could afford them. Yeah. So yeah, so Michelle Yeoh, like, her eyes like dart like side to side ever so slightly. And then you can see like the pupils narrow. And she looks at you and she says, I see. And she just smiles and takes a sip of the tea and sets it down. And then she says, she probably finishes the tea because the cups aren't, like, they're very small Japanese little bowl things. She sets it back down and says, does this information you offer include a time frame for this attempt on my life? And she just smiles at you again.
Did you fix it like that?
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that wasn't something he provided.
She just nods. And goes,
I imagine he'll probably make his move as soon as he can, which suggests that he hasn't found the opportunity yet.
you're an interesting individual, Lyco Quint, that you would have dealings with a man such as that, and yet have a meeting with me. Just smiles.
Truthfully, if I can be frank, I don't see a great deal of difference between the two of you.
Oh, there's a look on her face. It lasts a second, and she says, do you have any further questions regarding my research station?
I think you've provided, honestly, something I didn't expect and couldn't hope for. But yes.
She nods and says, to my information, it was the prison, as it were, that the Celebrian was laid to rest in. Some folly of theirs from before.
Did you know
She kind
how
of like,
much?
on you go, sorry.
Sorry, did you know how much? What a threat it posed? Did Aspis have any idea what?
She looks at you and she says, I was asked to acquire an item, and we acquired that item, and the amount was significant. You can imagine the type of wealth civilization like the former Illibrians have.
I would like to say but we both know that I'm not above taking money to recover goods without really asking what the goods might be.
And
or
perhaps
what they
you
might
and
be
I are not so different also. She smiles
Yeah.
at you.
Perhaps. I've never been under any illusion. I'm not the hero of the piece. I try and be a good guy. I don't wear the badge anymore for a reason.
She laughs very briefly, and then she says, yes, not either of us suit white nearly as much as our gracious host. And she like cheers him, if you will, like with her cup. He just like nods. He nods with like a smirk on his face because he knows what she means by that.
Yeah.
Like the three of you are all essentially very grey individuals in this world. Yeah. Like, yeah, his
listen,
clothes might
it's
be-
alright. I've talked to the kid about this already.
Yeah. Yeah, and like, I mean, White Blossom might be wearing like kind of innocent white robes, but his teeth are probably bloodstained for
You
years
definitely
of
get
atrocities.
the impression that like he's very courteous, very polite, but if you try and overstep his bounds, I do think like he would probably just eat you.
Yeah, like that's definitely not a wrong impression. No. So she kind of like she smiles at that, and then you share that like little moment as a group, and she says, "This incident with the evil Larry." She like underlines that next in the contract as if just working down her checklist.
Yeah, you can imagine it has some significance to me.
She smiles and she says, "I will ask that you tell me your information so I do not repeat myself. What do you know of this incident?"
Evil Larry picked up two not gun runners as such. They certainly weren't in that mission, but they were carrying a weapon. The weapon was one created by Aspis for Skyrim, specifically for the Obsidian Star.
She raises like an eyebrow and goes, "You are well informed." Like that, like you can tell she's impressed. She is impressed by that. That is not. It's kind of hard for her to hide that.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, like because that's obviously something that these two people that were captured clearly had no fucking clue. So the idea that you know that means you've done a lot of work on that. So you didn't obviously.
Well, I happen to be the guy they put on the case.
Yeah. And it also just happens that your boss is
has a direct line to like that helps. I'm not gonna lie, helps. Turns out, Nico, you found it you're still here. Yeah, so I'll go. Once on board, there seems to have been some very preliminary study followed by some sort of outbreak.
Well,
happily,
let me enlighten you as to the nature of my participation. We designed and delivered the weapon. Just like nods.
I hadn't expected your participation would go any further, truthfully, but I'd hoped your knowledge might.
It seems the Kivalari happened to be in the area that we were delivering this item. The outsourced couriers, because remember it was like, the information you got was
like... the record,
Yeah. And it was like, they were basically like hired by like a shell company of Aspis or something like dumb like that. They were definitely enough of like a...
They were like a few tiers below us, basically.
Yeah, like yous have been directly contracted. They were definitely not directly contracted. I think it's because you dug deep into the records at the time. You found, what the what was. So she says that much, and she says the Kivalari seems to have been at the wrong place at the wrong time. I truly do not know what their purpose in the area was.
This would explain why one... Oh god, what's her title again?
The Event Horizon?
Event Horizon. The Event Horizon had a ship on hand to assist so quickly.
I would say it was most convenient that our Vesk allies have covered the expanse of the Pact World so conveniently, she'll say.
And under no threat from the weapon, we're able to secure the ship.
Yeah, it's quite convenient the weapon does not affect the Vesk.
But does affect, for instance, the dead.
She just nods with like wide eyes. Yes, it'd be most troubling if this outbreak were to take hold in the corpse fleet, for example, or Tectalanis' personal troops. I certainly wouldn't like Tectalanis to be put out at all. And she gives you a look of, it's exactly what she'd want.
Yeah.
You can tell she probably did this for a cheap rate.
This was then an accident.
She shrugs and goes, it depends how you look at accidents.
But one thing troubles me. There was a drow on board. Rare in the stewards, but it happens. I haven't been able to investigate off book, I have investigated this case at the behest of the hierarchy, you see, euphemistically. But I have not been given complete access, at least not yet.
Which kind of nods,
There's
because
something.
I imagine it would be difficult to justify assigning you access levels when you are not directly tied to the hierarchy.
True. But I think we all know they can find ways around that. Suggests they don't want me to know something.
She would laugh and say, "Steward protocol is not my forte."
But the involvement of the drow interests me because drow biology is quite unlike many other humanoids. They react to, well, for instance, radiation quite differently.
Oh, really? How fascinating, she says, like, passively.
Were there tests on, how to put this gently, drow subjects?
The drow did not factor in our tests, no.
So there'd be no certainty either way as to the effect.
Yes. I would imagine there is a report somewhere with this information.
Would be interested.
Perhaps it's still within the Baskerville database.
Damn.
Which may or may not be the first of your officers, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Well, that is interesting. Kivallari and Baskerville seem to have finally crossed. They've always been connected in my head, and yet... And I think Lyko draws like a line like in the air, as if he's like doing his conspiracy work. Yeah. Okay. This is beginning to make more sense. There was one final question regarding the Kivallari. I don't expect you to have any answers. I don't think anyone does. But I'm going to ask because you can't see them and not want... When we went aboard, it wasn't just the bioweapons that were present. We were attacked by a group of beings of unknown origin, colloquially referred to... I sound ridiculous even to myself saying this, as the Greys.
And like the low table, like gets a thud, and then you see like White Blossom like rub his knee, like as if like he's flinched at that in a way, and then like she just kind of turns round and then looks back at you, and she says, "I was unaware of any influence they may have had on that particular scenario. What were they doing there?"
That is what I'm trying to figure out, and I suspect it may have something to do with the drow officer I was not able to interview.
She nods and says, "Perhaps the Kivallari were attracting their attention, or perhaps simply that there was a lot of activity in that area of space, which I imagine would have been somewhat quiet, given its choice of delivery."
True.
She nods because I do not know where the Greys come from, nor do I see value in seeking them out. They may or may not have registered with me had they interfered with the delivery, but it seems like they did not. Merely the accidents that occurred from the delivery.
They might well just have been observers, but given the vastness of space and the fact that these things crop up in strange places, but seldom on ships largely filled with corpses. Well, as far as we know, I guess we wouldn't have records from most. But they mostly seem to be interested in the living.
Just nods.
Something, of all the places for them to turn up, something doesn't quite fit. Your presence is none of the factions involved seem to have any connection to them. What their interest would be is unclear. It's puzzling because it doesn't connect to anything. I like it when things connect.
Perhaps
he says, summing up his character.
Yeah, and she kind of nods and she goes, I am a woman of order. Also, yes. Is it cheerful, Bruno? Yes, it is always worrying. She just nods and she says, I do not believe the Greys to have any affiliation with any Pact World's denizens. Nor do I know them of the near space denizens. Near space just being the surrounding systems, obviously.
Yeah. That's always been steward understanding, unless there's something that the higher ups know that hasn't filtered down to me, which he shrugs. As if to indicate, I don't think so, but I wouldn't bet against it.
Yeah, I think she kind of shares on your kind of, I don't really know why, kind of look. And she says, I guess that brings us to the last item that I am in debt to you, and she underlines query. You have...
There is something
yeah,
I was willing to offer you that I didn't mention earlier. Didn't come up organically, but perhaps it'll sweeten the deal. I was discussing this with our gracious host earlier, and given that the Vesk internal, sorry, not Vesk, that's just because internal politics came back.
Yep.
The Drow internal politics could prove of cosmic importance. It's perhaps worth bringing you up to speed simply on the principle that the more mess we avoid.
She just knows anything you have to share on the Silver Folk would be appreciated.
The previous queen, she yet lives and is once again free.
She looks a bit shocked by that. It's probably the biggest reaction you've seen in her. And she just says, Thanida.
I know it.
There is a notable shift in her posture. And she says, how long has she been free?
It has been some time now. How long is it?
I have no idea.
Actually, 700 years.
Yeah, 700 years.
It's been some time.
It's been 1 week since.
It's been truthfully, things have proven hard to keep track of. Given, I mentioned previously events in the timeline having been undone. Her rescue was incidental to our escape when we recovered an ally of ours from Drow captivity. During those events, a great number of things happened that have since been erased from the timeline. But, from what I can tell, no one that we recovered from captivity there has been returned. Although our rescue never happened now. I believe this is connected to the fact that she is among those.
She puts her hand up.
Covered.
Your rescue didn't happen now. Can you elaborate?
A member of her crew was taken by Lantoral's entourage and held. We recovered him, and along with some incidentals who, what came of them, I don't know. Pointedly not mentioning Edgar. In making our escape, we encountered the Nida and made a deal, and she assisted us in our escape.
Like, Emma puts her hand up again to stop you, and she goes, this is rather interesting. Because remember, you were working for like MO in the abstract for that year, remember?
Yeah.
When you were doing your let's hunt down any leads on where missing crew member Zig is. And she was the one that fed you the throne ship location, which is why you got there. And she goes, I am remembering now. That information found its way to me, but I could not say for certain its source. She looks like she's now like, how did I know where that was?
The timeline has shifted. Some things.
But like, read into that, right? She remembers that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is interesting, yeah. So she remembers bits of the past timeline too.
And she looks and she says, I recall you being in my employ until you recovered your crewmate.
I recall this too.
How curious, considering I was the one that paid for the help of Lantoral and her subjects in recovering Edgar and his would-be captors. She
Captors
smiles.
weren't working directly for the Drow. Interesting.
And then she shrugs and she goes, they may have been. This could have been a ploy to gain some capital from Aspis on behalf of the arms trade the Drow wish they had. There's definitely like a distaste there. Because like a lot of the kind of remnant Drow are like, you know, pirates and arms dealers and whatnot.
Yeah, there's a lot of them like hanging around in an asteroid belt, fucking shit up.
Yep.
I suspect her status as a relic of, I don't mean that unkindly, she's aged remarkably, a relic of pre-Gap civilization has somehow had an influence in the timeline. Although I can't pretend to understand how. And nevertheless, my colleague remains free of the cell, as does she. I can confirm this. I've encountered her since. Those events happened. But during the rescue, other events happened which are now undone. As far as I can tell, our means of evading the Drow can no longer have happened, and I have no recollection of how it now happened. We couldn't have taken on the Drow. They were too prepared for us. We'd have fallen. Except that the Elibrian turned up.
Again, wide eyes from her. A most convenient turn of events, it would seem.
I truthfully don't know his purpose.
Perhaps he was seeking out the Suzuki.
Well, now that you say that, it's possible, but none of us could understand him at the time. We have made an effort to learn Eoxian since. It's proven easy enough with the sources we have, but his dialect was ancient.
She'll say in Elibrian to you. I assume you can speak Elibrian now?
Well, I speak Eoxian, so
yeah,
I've got a million free language spots. Let's see, I can speak passable Elibrian.
And she says, for some, is the phrase that she'll say in Elibrian.
I'm impressed. I have enough Eoxian to get by with the little Elibrian, but...
You know, and she puts like her hand up again and she says, if we are to assume that the Elibrian was seeking your mystic, it's okay. Why not leave with him?
That's an excellent question. That's why it didn't occur to me initially that the Ahsoka...
How did the events play out on the throne ship? You can tell what she's asking.
Right, so let me get the full details right. He basically arrived, melted some people, ranted in...
Arrived, like psychically pulsed the room and like paralyzed people. I think someday one of you guys, I think it was maybe you, resisted it. It was you or like Weird or Nix at the time. I'm sure it was one
I'm
of
not
you.
sure.
But one of the crew definitely resisted it, but just stood still because they didn't want to stand out. He then like pulled the kind of invisibility spell off the Drow Queen and her Paladin man, and melted them to get the egg because they tried to interpose.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, and then took the egg and left.
Okay, I'm going to euphemize the egg to an artifact.
Sure. Yep.
So, I'll tell her it simply. We were still in combat with a number of the Queen's Guard. One of her elite guard had some sort of invisibility we couldn't penetrate. Circumstances looked quite dire. Well, not elite guard, her. Yeah, there was, anyway, circumstances looked quite dire, but he then arrived. I'm not sure how. I was in the middle of a fight. He was able to freeze everyone in the room, as far as I could tell. Not freeze, but freeze them, enact in this one spot. He approached the Drow Queen, exposed her of her magic, and her and her most elite guard, they seemed to, melt, frankly. Took an artifact from her remains, said some things that none of us could understand at the time, and I tried to remember, but
don't we all?
I can't piece it back together in retrospect. Whatever he said, it seemed like it was to the room. I got the impression he didn't like me. I suspect it's because gestures itself again.
I believe if he is distasteful to the undead, your answer would lie in there.
Anyway, he left as suddenly as he came, and we were able to survive the fight and recover our colleague, Edgar, as you said, and his would-be captors were also present. He didn't seem to have any interest in them, unless something he said would indicate otherwise. But as I say, I can't piece it together in retrospect, and he didn't do anything to them other than, I assume they were frozen, but I couldn't see them at the time. They were in cells.
Just kind of nods at that. I'm curious.
Obviously, you can see the damage he's done has been undone. Lantarel, well, unless I'm very much mistaken, I've seen security footage of her alive and well.
She kind of looks at me and goes, oh.
I mentioned her apparent death to a source of mine, and he had some footage which he claimed showed her. It was in this planet, wasn't it?
Yep, it's on Triaxis, yep.
Showed her alive and well here, in fact.
Emma just like nods.
Also, given that there hasn't been any outright infighting among the Drow, I think we can assume she really is still alive. I suspect that, absent her sister or herself, I don't think the leadership structure would hold up particularly well.
I would have you know that I am actually meeting officially with several representatives in direct advisement to Lantaral as Drow Queen of the current factions, to buy them out of their arms trade.
Is she looking for a peaceful retirement?
I don't imagine that will be possible if you are saying that Thunida walks free. Perhaps I should move my meeting up. Like taps a couple of things on her wrist.
Thunida is an interesting character. She seems to have modernized considerably for someone who is quite ancient.
She finishes tapping on her wrist and she says, I would say that of the people in this room, Thunida is possibly the most dangerous. And she just looks at you, like, says, You offered me information about Edgar. I believe this is our last point of order.
Yes, I provided some. I think.
She just smiles. Said, you can, like,
I believe
you saw her workout, obviously, like her
Yeah,
face clicked,
yeah.
right? So you can definitely tell there's something that she knows. And she's clearly
I
asking
believe
this as
you're-
the last point in the conversation, right?
Yeah, I believe that if he is to make this attempt, it will be soon. I also believe that he will do it in a means specifically targeted at you. I don't know enough about your kind to imagine what that might be.
She laughs and she says, I see that you are brave enough to meet with me in company then, hoping that he will not incur collateral damage.
Truthfully, I fully intended to walk into the Eye of the Beast, but I would have felt rude refusing the offer of this this our most gracious host. Who
Yeah, like he like nods
has
and
been
bows.
very
and-
accommodating.
Mhm. He kind of like looks up and kind of like just very, very over eagerly makes his nods.
And it did occur to me that he may wish to avoid the mess. Yes, but had the offer not been made, I'd have happily taken this meeting elsewhere.
Just smiles at that and goes, "A man of courage is someone I could employ right now."
Depends what you want to be employed for.
And she like dismisses the contract that she feels like obviously she's clearly like, wiped off all the articles on it, and she dismisses that and just throws you the kind of USB drive projector thing. She says, "How much to kill him?" And then that's where we end the session.
Okay.
Yeah, name your price.
Okay, so
yeah.
first of all, do we think I can?
I mean, it's an offer, right? And that's, as I say, that's where I want to end that, because that's quite a good place to go. Like, oh, you've told me this guy's going to come kill me. Yeah, okay. Well, you're here telling me that, and you seem to be clearly capable, given everything you've told me. How much to go kill him? It's all right. Yeah. What would you
I
like
respect it.
Yeah, I mean, she's a woman of business, right? She ain't gonna fuck about. Also, can you see, weirdly, everything seems like I had a plan. It's obviously went wild for 3 years. But
Time is indeed a flat circle.
102 sessions later. Wait a minute, this looks like this goes back to session 1. Yeah.
I have to admit, right? It is nice when you get those little moments, especially when you're playing a character who tends to see things in sort of patterns and circles anyway. I've played. Actually, all of my characters are kind of inclined that way.
Yeah, it's almost like you lean into a strength of yours as a person. Names, guys. What are we going to call this?
Consciously do that. Anyway,
We'll do wrap up chat soon. What's the suggestions? So what we had there was wrapping up your conversations with your former employers, actually. So yeah.
We did say some stuff early in the session that sounded good, and now it's completely gone from my brain.
Okay, I'll suggest a couple then that have came to mind. Got arms race is one of them. We've also got Alex's suggestion that you put in, which was forewarned is forearmed, since he is indeed forearmed. What else we got? Contract kill. We got as well. I mean, Mava's pretty much telling Zora, go kill Demogesh. Why didn't you kill Demogesh yet? Have you killed Demogesh yet? How's that kill coming?
Listen, we're getting there.
Yeah.
Fucking getting there.
This is like part 1. Okay? Part 1 of Infinity War. They need 4 more hours of people posing.
Fair.
Yeah, sleep at bed and Folgers.
I think we're maybe at the Winter Soldier stage. I feel progress-wise of that saga, based on that meeting. Yeah. What else, guys? Come on. What happened? What was the outlook of the session?
I just you might say, yeah. This might be a little long.
Okay. Just is that the suggestion? Yeah.
Maybe yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah, I think that is what she said, right? It's all connected. Yep. Something about Baskerville, maybe?
I mean, we could go for the obvious because you often hear like detectives, metaphorically represented as hounds or compared to hounds. So, like bloodhounds, for instance, you could definitely make.
Also, thanks, Grifu Bernal. Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking with us when you joined. Much appreciated.
Yay!
Yeah. Any other suggestions?
Thank I got another one actually.
Not the good guys. Yeah. Quite like Shades of the Greys.
Oh no.
The Greys being you guys in that particular room. Yeah.
50 Shades of Grey hats.
Yeah. Yep. Just a bunch of hackers. Yep. Okay. Any other suggestions? And then put votes in as well.
I'm gonna I'm gonna do a classic Colin and like for several things, including his own.
I'm gonna do a classic Rico and vote for several things as well. I'll keep that. I'll keep that.
Okay, Alex, if you're still awake, do you want to please vote on something so we can see how it plays out? Alex! We'll see how that lands. He might be asleep though.
Or possibly ascended beyond this mortal realm.
I mean, same thing really.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay. I feel like, yeah, there's a winner then. It's not the good guys. Yep.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that was easy. Right, goals. Let's have a look at those things. Right. Zara, you have not yet had a personal hand in the death of Demogesh. The death of Demogesh.
Very so.
I guess that's that session title. Right. Have you clarified the Shackle situation with Helena or Babak? I would not say so.
No.
Establish cybernetics business. Oops, all spines. Don't think Alex has done that yet. And seems to want to sell his shares in that now. Sig, you haven't reunited the queens yet. Sounds like that would be an explosive situation.
I know, it sounds exciting.
It does. And you know what? If we bring the Nida to Triaxis, after we make several stops along the way.
You kind of have to get the Librian's attention.
Yeah.
If you're going to use her to get to the vault.
Yeah.
You can ask Lanterel. Lanterel, I know you don't know me, but do you want to take me to the vault?
Excuse me, but fancy taking me to your vault so I can lure an all-powerful
but we could bribe her by saying that we know her weakness. She can't survive being liquefied.
That's true, to be fair. That is true.
It's like the one really good joke in Scary Movie 2 or 3.
Not sure.
Which is like, I know their weakness, they can't live without their heads.
It sounds like that movie, to be fair. I don't know if it is that movie, but it sounds like
it's a great line, but it's like, it's not so much a weakness, it's just generally true of things that have heads.
It's good though.
That's why it's a good joke. It's genuinely funny.
And it's also just not untrue. Right, have we used CC to gain Dragon Info releases a new station? Nope.
No.
I'm sure he's probably working on that.
We've not convinced a suitable person to retrieve the Daza egg. Nope. We have not yet baited Urgalas to try access. Nope. Gain queries knowledge before the universe handing over. Nope. Created multi-destinational null space chambers for the crew. It's had progress done in it. He did roll a 43 earlier. So at least he did tinker with it. So
but I hear nobody likes you when you're 43. Nah, that's 23. Sorry.
Okay. So what goals are changing,
Correct.
folks, based on all the new info?
Mine's is absolutely fine.
Still on track.
I am dedicated to the Solve the People. I'm more dedicated, if anything, knowing that she doesn't know why Shakos is weird. So I no longer think it's to do with the weapon. I think it's about the Greys, and I think they're hiding something.
Okay.
I think I need to go with fucking Fox Mulder and just be an annoying, charisma-free, know-it-all prick, and wander into like high security areas he's not allowed into.
Okay. I was gonna make a joke about you're already halfway there, but I thought that was a bit mean. So I chose not to.
I mean, I would have said Dana Catherine Scully because she's far, far better, but unfortunately, Lyko is way too paranoid to be the Scully. But you know what? He wears it well.
Yeah, no,
it's like they're all out to get me, but I'll go and talk to them anyway.
Yeah. Let's see.
He's gonna be civil about it, you know.
Yeah. So what's changing goal-wise? So are we keeping personal hand of death of Demogesh? We're keeping clarify your situation. I'm gonna just assume that the unconscious Alex is keeping establish the business. Keeping yours, Zig?
Forever, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna happen.
Sure. General goals. Are we keeping the Dragon Info Station one? It kind of seems like you're taking a different direction at the moment.
Yeah, I do think so. That's fair.
Also seems like you don't seem to want to retrieve the Daza egg either anymore.
I think it's better to leave it in place. If he hasn't got it yet, that seems to indicate that he has some trouble getting it.
Or doesn't know about it as well.
Yeah.
Which would be troublesome.
Yep.
In terms of getting it. So.
Yep. Accio egg. Yeah. So.
I think. Let's fucking leave it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it where it is. We'll switch that one out then. For. I don't know yet if I want to kill Edgar. I don't know yet if I can kill Edgar.
You might not be able to, but a whole crew might be able to.
Yeah, and you don't the trick would be don't just rip out his throat. We saw that didn't work.
Just disintegrate him. Fine.
Yeah. Can he survive liquidation?
The goblins on him. I
mean
the fiends.
I was gonna say, yeah, to be fair, if you can track down that elite team of goblins, pay them in shiny coppers or whatever they're going rate
I have a feeling that
especially the wee crazy stabby bastard.
Yeah.
The goblins really were a ploy, which is why they were intercepted by the drow, who were actually, necking him. I don't know. I really don't.
Because Edgar's journey that you can follow is he was in that office, he was kidnapped by goblins, were taken through a swirly portal, they ended up in the vault, if you remember. A year later was when Zig was pulled through and ended up in the vault. And then him and Zig kind of parted ways a bit. So yeah.
Speaking of parted ways,
that's okay. That's just because he timed out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would have happened, and then obviously you then saw him next in captivity on the throne ship, which would still be in that year later bubble. There's not really a kind of time discrepancy because Zig leaves the vault via the Radiant Supreme, who was in the vault, and then appears on the throne ship, kind of flickering in and out, if you remember. So yeah. It's interesting how that happened. I like how that like even Emma was like, I don't actually really know how I got that info that I gave you guys. Interesting. Or maybe like Zig with a mustache and a little cap hiding his ears. He slides the letter on our desk and runs away as he's tidying up the timeline of this game.
I mean, quite plausibly.
So like, okay, if we're getting rid of like retreat the Daz Egg one, right? So feel free for somebody to chuck that in the ideas pile for now. And then what is the next step ultimately? Because it really is it's bait or glass really, unless you've got other stuff to do in between, because you want to like rank up. So really, it's like you want to clap.
Yeah, gather a crew for two baiting outer glasses.
Yep.
Yeah.
You've also got
The
the
words.
like you also have the loop in Babak, right? You just were wanting to make contact with Babak and get him as informed as you want to do. Who else was there? Sindale. You want to meet with Sindale and see if there's anything him and the Bone Sages can do, right? So is
Maybe
it?
we just need to think louder.
So is it? I guess I know.
It's very
And-
old.
You could get enlist Sindale's help with the Bone Sages to weaken
Yeah.
Urgalas. That's a goal, right? So feel free to type that in.
What are we thinking, guys? Yeah.
I mean, it's what you said you just want to do, right? So I feel
It's
like it should
definitely
go in.
part of the
Mhm.
anti-Urgalas team.
Yep.
The big team up where we'll have like all of the dead characters together in one scene.
Yep.
Just like posing together for no reason.
All the best characters is obviously going to be in one
Never
scene.
gonna
Yep.
get
mhm.
over that fucking scene.
It'll be like a Solarian shot actually, then it'll be a Mystic shot. Then it'll be like all the assassins throwing their daggers or some shit. Like, I don't-
You have the big sweeping camera one around the crew as well. All
There'll
the
be like
NPCs.
20 snipers in a line, just shooting. Like, I don't know why there's 20 snipers in the one spot, it's not very sniperly, but like, it's there.
One of
Fucking
them's bound to hit. It's the
It's just the guns are that big, you need the 20 of them to pull the string
Ah,
that pulls the trigger.
with one person's like looking down like a massive scope. It's like a big telescope essentially.
Yep.
left a bit, left a bit.
Left a bit, left a bit, left a bit. And then there's somebody in the bullet, like, you know, the Superman pose, ready to get launched. Holding a knife. Okay, anyway, that aside, somebody delete or move that goal and rewrite the new goal, please. Somebody do that. Do that now. And we can be free of this mess. Because we're getting rid of suitable person
Right.
for the egg, right?
Ugh.
Suitable egg person be gone.
Yep.
I have begun to.
Because it was a good idea to try and like do something
Ah,
with it, but if
so-
you didn't have a plan to do something with it, then there's no point moving it. Which
And
makes
we're
sense.
settling on.
Just like enlist Sindale's help.
Yep.
Avengers
convincing-
Assemble.
Convincing
Yeah.
Bone Sages to weaken Urgalas. Probably-
Urgalas is spelled. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
You are G A
Sorry, one sec.
G A H.
I can see it there now.
Yeah, cool,
just like
cool.
I clicked the wrong thing. I think that's how it's spelled. Sindale, that was this time. Sindale's help in.
Remember what his name translated to?
No.
MD? Remember what his name translated to?
No.
Or it was like ancient Elibran.
Sentinel.
I mean, L is God. I know that. Because all the angels' names tend to end in L because they're always something of God.
God Slayer.
Azrael,
No,
Azariel,
that's me. I'm Godslayer.
Gabriel. Michael. Michael is from Michael, right?
so
Uh,
his name translated to eternity.
Alright.
Yeah.
Ah.
To be fair, it was like session like 15 or something. You just learned that, so I don't blame you for not remembering. It was some time ago.
So, by the way, the L thing is interesting because once you know that, Superman's name being Kal-El,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Does that enlist Cinderella's help in bringing Bone Sages into anti-Orgulus plan? Yeah. Perfect.
Great.
Right, he's keeping the dragon info one above, or is that getting shelved as well for a better goal? Or I guess
You know what? It could still be of some significance. So for now, unless anyone has anything they really want to get in, anything that they think would be more pressing.
Well, here we go. Are you going to do anything
Very
about Lantoral? Are you going to do it besides Zig's goal? Are you going to do anything with Hamani besides Zig's goal? And are you going to do anything with
I think our objective should be to keep them far away from each other.
Well, no,
so that neither of them
Zig's
gets
just to
eaten.
get them together. Yeah. What about killing Edgar?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You should probably discuss that with the crew.
Yeah. Definitely
I should.
Okay, so is this our goals for now? Is everybody happy with... We're still going to interrogate Query?
Oh, fuck yes.
100%.
I didn't... Perhaps naively, it didn't roll sense motive in that. But truthfully, I think she's doing business quite legit here, or as legit as she can.
Yeah.
We might have been misled in that.
I mean, she has kind of admitted to like mass manipulation of the political landscape of the pack worlds, right?
And helping engineer just awful weapons intended for atrocious purposes.
Yep. Which arguably affect
so-
anyone except Vesk.
So, I mean, arguably, it's a complete betrayal of the entire pack world.
Yeah.
So, that's certainly how Lyco sees it. I don't know. I know neither of them are the good guy, really. But the question is, relatively speaking, what is Edgar up to? What does he want? Just because we get on better with him? Just because he's more chummy with us?
Yeah. It's an interesting point, isn't it?
What is he, you know...
Well, so, for Lyco to pick between the two, purely based on ongoing relations, who would you pick if you just had to pick one? Like, you don't even need to commit or have a really good reason, just if you had to.
I would be inclined to let them duke it out, honestly.
Okay, but if it did come down, if literally the situation
if
was...
I absolutely had to gun to my head pick sides, I really don't know.
Well, I want to hold you to this answer here, so it's just...
I might just side with her for the simple reason that she's not really hiding what she is.
She is quite upfront compared to him. He seems like he would lie about...
However much I seem to get on with him, I would never be able to fully trust that he was being forthright.
But surely you
Even
could
if
trust
he said,
that you couldn't trust him.
True, but that's what I get with her. It's like, she is a absolute bastard.
Yeah.
But
she did not give a fuck about a single Absolonian.
She's so far above us that she doesn't feel the need to hide that. I think that I think he feels the need to play us. I think she's just like, but you're useful to me now. I'll pay attention to you for 5 minutes. And then, well, maybe after this, we'll have a little bit more prominence in our mind's eye. But previously, I think we were almost out of sight, out of mind. She has so many other people who are probably in our level or above to worry about that we can't expect to be in them. But Edgar was the one who dealt with us directly. Edgar is the one who coincidentally happened to get us as his transport for this mission. Yeah.
Yep.
Something. He is hiding something, and the other him is hiding something. And that makes me think she might just be outright, might just be forthright, might just come out and state her intentions. I don't think he ever would. I don't think we would ever know that he was being completely straight with us.
Okay, that makes sense. What about Zora? What is Zora's snap decision if you had to pick one of them to side with?
I mean, Edgar.
It's fine.
That's
yeah.
Because I feel like he's more manageable personally, but that's That's the only real reason. I'm in the same boat as I would much rather just both Tony Charles and throwouts. Done with it.
I mean, I flat out told her I didn't see much difference between the two, which she didn't like.
No, and she compared both of you and her as well.
Yeah. Oh no, but Michael completely accepts that he's probably quite similar to Edgar.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he trusts or likes him.
Just for clarity as well, her comparison was like her and you in that moment as well. Like,
I know, but like that was sort of in response, in a sense, to.
Oh yeah, it would definitely imply you are all as good as each other. Because she even looked in, nobody is pure as Mr. White Blossom.
Oh, yeah. Sainted Mr. White Blossom.
Yes, innocent, very clean-handed. Yeah. Zig, what about you? Who would you go with?
Probably Edgar.
I figured. I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
I think it makes sense. But also, I feel like MO is just such a big player that it's, I don't know, it's just hard to, you would just be like an afterthought for the most part.
Yeah, because look at her. She's got like property. She had property in Absalom. She got property on Triaxis. She's
got moons.
She's got moons. She could deal with, or at least a moon to offer away. She had she got delivered by like the Super Colossal Ultradot to an active stewardship and got diplomatic access to that ship and a prisoner on it. Yeah, she's definitely connected.
Yeah.
He's a maid woman.
Yep. Okay.
Whereas, Edgar seems just a bit more easygoing.
Okay.
A bit more like, obviously he has his own agenda, but he's not a superpower of the system. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how that conversation when you reunite goes. Lyko potentially signing a contract to kill him. Might solve all of your gear wants though.
Possibly, yeah.
And probably would mean there's a combat.
Which is always a plus.
Yeah.
Lord.
Right.
I just don't trust I could actually kill him. Not armed with the weapons I have. I think I would need to rig some sort of trap for him.
Okay. Interesting.
I reckon I could kill him.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I know you reckon you could. Maybe you could, but we're not all magic, okay?
Morally, I don't think Zig could though, so...
No, Zig likes him too much.
Yeah.
So...
I reckon I could. And I would.
Provided he's vulnerable to fire damage.
No, not just fire damage on him. I'll turn it like a fucking beastie and he'll deal with him for me.
Just summon something to
just
Zara's now a
Oh my
Pokemon.
god, wait. It just occurred to me. You can summon shadow creatures, right?
Yeah.
Can you summon Edgar?
That'd be funny. That'd be really funny.
If the fight's going poorly for me, I'll just say, no!
It'd be really sucky though if you summoned him at full health.
Yeah, but like if you summoned him somewhere really, really awkward.
True
like in a room just absolutely full of goblins.
Who knows where he'd end up or when. Okay, right. I guess that's the goals done then.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure. Wrap up chat time. Why don't you start us off, Zig?
I actually just really enjoyed all of Lyko's bits.
Thank you.
I mean, as always, but it was really nice to get just, a little bit of like throwbacks to sort of Baskerville and
a little bit of closure. Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel like, made some decent progress with the whole Kivallari nonsense. Which is always nice.
Yeah.
At least the bioweapon part makes sense. At least now it's kind of part, Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to also have kind of like the two sides of that with obviously Matva and
MO.
Yeah. The kind of just it's all connected, man.
Yeah, it was good. Her reaction when Lyko was like, "Yeah, and because we know that you did this on behalf of them, blah blah blah." She's like, "Oh, I see. You know that partly." Probably already mentally killed a bunch of employees of hers in her head.
But I know that you knew that. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting that she has memory of the before times. Although maybe not all of it. It might be patchy, but it's there. I wonder how much of that is being informed about it and then remembering it, or if she just always remembered it. It's
yeah, that's murky, but it's good.
So yes, that's quite interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing what all this time jank is actually going to how it's going to resolve itself, because it'll resolve itself. The universe has a way, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Universe being you.
Thanks. Yeah, no pressure.
But yeah, no, it was really nice, and I mean, Captain Admiral being Captain Admiral is great.
Yeah.
Captain Admiral.
Yeah.
It was good. It was nice to be here.
Yeah, that was nice to have
Yet
you here
again.
as well. Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Weird, what did you think? I loved everything I did. Perfect, thank you, Weird. Zora.
Beep boop. Beep boop. Hello.
Hello.
Excellent. Weird impersonation.
That was good fun. It's nice to learn about, well, the origins of Argalas's findings. That was interesting.
Yeah, Techlance has to fucking die.
Right.
Oh,
There's
yes.
that damnigles.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Like, maybe that's something to work out. It's like, how is he looking for him? Right?
It's true. It's true. Why? Well, maybe he knows that he would get power.
I mean, he definitely did, right? Like,
somebody else there.
I mean, look at it this way, right? It went from 150 people drinking from the water fountain to 8. Or whatever the first number was I gave. I actually think it changes every time I mention it, but it's about 150 bone sages. As they were all sharing power, like Sindel suggested, and then it dropped to 8. They all got a massive level up. Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
I wonder where Tactilanus was when Eox was attacked.
Kevin.
Well, we go when the
Scheming.
Oxen's attacked.
Pulling the strings.
Maybe.
What, maybe?
But he does seem to have screwed over MO as well, which is interesting, which is why she was very, like, oh, I'll happily make sure it fucks up their plans. Yeah.
It was just nice to see Lyco, doing Lyco stuff. And, well, hopefully get back in touch with Matt at some point. Probably not. Yeah. Other than that, it's good. It's good fun.
Good. Yeah, be interesting to see what the plan is, as I said. Obviously, if you've got... Definitely get 2 at least direct avenues for trying to get some gear. Either from Matva if she's able. Problem is, anything that... Her interactions are limited because she's avoiding detection, obviously, in a system full of Vesk. Not great, obviously. The great Vesk propaganda machine at its finest. The very fact that the war hero is also tasked as the head of the Inquisition against Matva probably doesn't do her any favours. Other than directly knowing that you've just had a conversation with her and don't care enough to apprehend her. So yeah, it's interesting to see where that goes. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
No. That's all.
And Lyco.
Hello.
Hello.
I got a lot out of that one.
Good.
I enjoyed it very much. Obviously, a bit of a Lyco session again. Although Zig was mentioned a good number of times, as was the captain. As was weird, actually. So it was all very... there was a lot of plot for everyone going around. And I think the way everyone had... We'd all done stuff that pulled into me being able to flex on MO with my knowledge. a little bit. Um,
Definitely a team effort there to be able to like throw that in our face. Yeah, definitely. Almost like done like minutes before you'd had the conversation in some cases.
Oh yeah, it's perfect. It was literally a case of like, oh, I have this info now, gonna use it. So yeah, loved that. That was great. And as I say, nice to have a plan in motion. And Lyko, I think, is a natural like. He's a natural like maybe not right hand man, maybe a left hand man. You know, the right hand man is more like stand next to you and delegate. Their left hand man is more like goes off and talks to people in bars. So he's quite happy to like, okay, now we've got our orders. We'll do that. So that's good for Lyko, and therefore good for me. I do think that it's interesting, the suggestion that perhaps Zig was of interest even then, because we don't know what he said. It could be that he's had his eye on Zig before because of the vault, and that's why he caught. You know, it seems like that connects, right? So, what if he? I don't know. Obviously, he saw another way in, and he just went, "Okay, I'll just take her thing. Okay, easy."
He did mention as well when he spoke to Zig, why is there like scent all over them?
Yeah. So he's definitely started to notice that you're all up in this shit. So I do think he if he isn't already, then he's gonna be actively pursuing Zig. So I think our plan. I'm more confident that our plan will work now than
it's going to be Zig handed a handgun and sat in a park with like a hat and a disguise, like a trench coat over the egg, sat next to him on the bench. And he's just going to be there swinging his feet as the decoy, hoping for the best, hoping the plan pays off.
The 100%.
The plan.
No need for a handgun when you've got a hand. Excuse me. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't mean that as a weird innuendo. I mean it in terms of like, I'd be far more afraid of Zig just mind linking with him.
Yeah. Or just mind thrust, right? Like Zig is a powerhouse, so
yeah.
Yeah.
I do imagine he's probably quite resistant to direct psychic damage. But brain download might be more difficult for him.
Enjoy 17,000 facts about the sun, bitch. Run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's just like, so you know all the bullshit of the last couple of years. Have it. You have it, and I'll just go elsewhere.
Teleports away to another planet.
Oh no! I have 2 years of Zig's thoughts in my mind.
When am I?
That'd be devastating.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah, no, it's good. I really enjoy, like, as a GM, it's nice to be able to actually just state things that characters know in scenes legitimately.
It is cool. It's cool to be able to just sit down and fucking talk, even if it means, like, she obviously is more comfortable if it's done as an exchange. But if that's what she needs to open up,
and she did
honest,
she got something out of it, right?
To fuck about the law.
Yeah,
right?
like nobody in that room cared about law. Law was something that other people deal with. Yeah, and it's
law's for Judge Dredd, man.
Yeah, plus obviously, like as you stated, like it makes sense why somebody like White Blossom would happily deal as the like facilitator of this meeting, allowing you both to talk about all of your information gathering exploits and agendas and such while he just laps it up. It's good.
Oh yeah, he got a lot, yeah.
Definitely worth his time. But you also got a bit out of him, right? Because remember his weird tree that you discovered as well?
Yes. We also got his reactions, which are valuable because they showed that there were gaps in his knowledge.
Yeah, and like you can tell like he wasn't fully clued in. Even before Emma Wood turned up, you knew he wasn't fully clued in on everything. So it was definitely useful for him to have the this upgrade. Same for her, right? There was definitely things she was shocked at. Not just the fact that you seem to know that they'd been commissioned to make the weapon. She's smart enough to put it together that you have a Vesk captain, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it definitely was like, oh wow, you know that much,
I had to make sure she knew I was on on the case, just because
good.
like that sort of Lyco's self-image to an extent still is as a detective.
That's good. And I think it's definitely carried through the whole game, right? Because I know we were going to try and like angle the bounty hunter thing, but I'm kind of glad we just fell into detective.
It's better the way we went down the cop route. It really is. It works so well for him. Just because I think it's quite natural for me to play characters who are a bit paranoid, pattern seeking, a little world weary. And Lyco is just... He can be difficult to play sometimes because Lyco is no super genius, but he's really, really fucking good at a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of it comes down to you're just willing to go to a location and just stick your neck out. And that is like, you're going to go there and go, this is a terrible idea, but I need to ask. Because it's going to bug me.
I understand why she thought, like, oh, you've taken this meeting with Mr. White Blossom present. It was like, Lyco's been 100%. If she'd rolled perception of that, it was like, Lyco's been 100% honest. He was ready to just walk into her headquarters and have this conversation. Might have been a bad idea, but he'd have done it.
And it's like, I think like her point though when she was saying that as well was, if you know that Edgar's trying to kill me, I understand why you met in a summer where he might care about blowing everybody up. He might only want to blow her up. You can see her, she's going to visit loads of Traxian schools now and do talks about, career day. Make sure she...
I suppose that'll help us find out just how ethical Edgar is.
Right. Where do you think he falls on the ethical scale? MO or a person?
Yeah, I do think he might be a little less awful than her.
It's why I was glad that came up. I'm glad you asked that
less
about
trustworthy.
Like the Absalom comment you made was great because it gave me an excuse to share like an aspect of her personality, being that she did not give a fuck. Like how many people died doesn't matter. I've still got customers. Like callous. Yeah.
Yes, extremely.
But that's good, right? It's why she'll build a fucking bioweapon.
Making no effort to hide it as well, which is
that was like I could have chosen to like have her go in there and like keep her cards close to her chest, but ultimately like if she has any cards, she doesn't think you can ever affect them, right? Unless she wants you to. So she's gonna be good that way, ultimately. It was good. It was really good. As I said, just in general, my ethos as a GM is, when you have put in the groundwork and I can just sit and say, here is literally what you've been trying to work out for this, this, and this, because I can now just say it. Because you're asking either the right person or you've twisted the right arm or solved the right mystery. It's so good. And when you can sit back and go, oh, that makes sense. That does make sense why they would do this and why that person's now went here and done blah blah blah. And maybe why their actions maybe halfway through the game change because clearly what they've tried has failed and they've had to adapt. Yeah.
I think I one thing, the last thing that just came to mind. It's fun to get to be like the viciously pragmatic one. Because I think of the group, maybe Weird is sufficiently detached as to come across as amoral at times. The captain's kind of just, well, he is definitely the most world weary. And Zig is basically a decent guy with powers that are probably more than he should have. Right? He's like an X-Man. He's a mutant who has woken up, started to go through puberty, and now he's able to melt people's faces from a mile away. But he has no control. Nah, that's not quite true.
No, I was going to say it's a Spider-Man-y vibe to him, really.
Yeah, I'm probably the one who is. Lyco knows he is the edgy boy of the party and embraces it. But I think Lyco's probably the most dubious member of the party. But he's still basically alright, right? He's
Plus,
trying.
Your background was you were a decent cop insofar as you were a cop, right? That's...
And he's sort of, part of it as well is that he feels he can't be that now. And how true that actually isn't clear. But he thinks it.
There's a lot of Joseph Miller in your portrayal of Lyco, and I know you don't know that, but that's like a character from The Expanse, who's essentially he's like a rent-a-cop for a space station who just gets pulled into a film noir style detective mystery that he gets obsessed with, and he just does like the most ridiculous, like, you know, I don't really care if I die, but I just need to die
I
learning
need
this
to know.
answer.
Yeah.
And it's
I
great.
can see it. I can see it. Yeah.
And it's Tom Jane that plays him, so he's excellent.
That's actually really interesting.
It's funny,
Yeah, so it's just like I remembered that moment with what was the guy, the tweaker?
Sparks.
Sparks.
Mhm.
And like when I bought the bag from him, and Lyko just assumed it was probably drugs, and he just threw it at another homeless guy.
Yeah, just immediately like, yeah.
It's just like, I don't need this anymore. I can't be carrying this about. You take it. It was just a moment of unthinking. Well, that's me done out of this.
Yeah, it got you the answers you wanted, right? And then you move on.
It turned out to be a bag of garbage. But
was it like,
even if
I can't even remember how much you paid for it. Was it like 50 credits or something dumb like that? I can't remember.
Yes.
Something
But
stupid. Yeah.
It was a pretty callous thing to do.
Oh yeah,
because Lyko does have that hard edge. He does have that capacity to go, well.
But it's kind of why you're the good ambassador to people like MO, right?
Yeah.
Because like, no offense to our charisma primary captain, but last time he met MO, he gave up a moon.
Also, I think every time the captain is in a conversation, it definitely feels like he's trying to find a way to end it as soon as possible, which is great for a guy who's a diplomat.
I like to believe that his diplomatic career was short-lived, in the sense that he chose to just say no to most invitations.
You know what? That sort of fits with what the best would look for in the diplomat. Just find someone who has a really nice hand so they can write no on a fancy letterhead.
I think
I'm not a diplomat.
It's like,
there's no about to be a diplomat.
Nick, I don't know if we've said this on stream or not, but I remember saying that I think the reason why you were pushed as a diplomat is because the Viscaran went, they'll let you armed in a room full of other important people in the system.
Yeah.
What? That's dumb. Let's do it.
Yeah.
It's like,
I do kind of like the idea that a culture like the Viscarium would like think, oh, diplomat's a euphemism for assassin. I see.
It's good. It's so good. It's why I think me and Nico spoke about how we could never play in someone else's Starfinder game, not only because it's Starfinder, but also because their Viscarium wouldn't be our Viscarium. And
it'd probably be less comical. That was great fun. I had a good time, and I look forward to seeing what shenanigans the team get up to next time.
Yeah, me too. Thank you all for playing. I like the feeling that the game does feel like it's heading to its like big finale, which is nice. Obviously, no idea how many years it is till then, but we'll see. Hopefully less than one. And yeah. Thank you all. To everybody who watched as well, and the raid and everything, thank you everybody. That was great fun. Thank you for all of the views. Say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye,
everybody.
and
Goodbye.